Hey there, fellow history nerds. Tonight we're tackling one of the dirtiest misconceptions in all of history, literally, the medieval period. You know, that era where everyone supposedly wallowed in their own filth, teeth rotted out by age 20, and the entire continent smelled like a forgotten gym locker. Except, that's not exactly how it went down. Here's the thing. Medieval people weren't idiots. They might not have known what bacteria was, but they absolutely knew what stank, and they had surprisingly clever ways of dealing with it. Tonight, we're peeling back centuries of Hollywood grime to reveal what hygiene actually looked like when knights roamed the land. Spoiler alert, there were way more baths involved than you'd think. So before we dive into this fragrant journey through time, smash that like button if you're into busting historical myths, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from tonight? What time is it on your clock right now? Now dim those lights, get cozy, and let's wash away some seriously stubborn medieval myths together. Ready? Let's go. Picture this scene for a moment. A medieval peasant wakes up in his thatched cottage, scratches himself vigorously, picks something suspicious out of his matted hair, and stumbles outside to begin another day of wallowing in mud, alongside his equally grimy neighbours. His teeth, what few remain, have turned the colour of aged parchment. His skin hasn't touched water since the last time it rained heavily enough to catch him outdoors. He smells like a combination of livestock, rotting vegetables, and profound personal neglect. This, at least, is the image that countless movies, television shows, and poorly researched history books have burned into our collective imagination. The medieval period is one long, uninterrupted stretch of filth, where hygiene was not merely neglected but actively avoided, where bathing was considered dangerous, and where entire populations went through life encrusted in layers of accumulated grime. Here's the thing though, that image is about as historically accurate as a dragon fighting a knight in a fairy tale, which is to say, entertaining to imagine, but almost entirely divorced from what actually happened. The truth about medieval hygiene is far more nuanced, far more interesting, and honestly, far more logical than the grimy stereotype suggests. Medieval people weren't idiots stumbling through life oblivious to their own stench. They were practical individuals navigating a world without germ theory, without running water, and without the luxury of modern sanitation, and they developed surprisingly sophisticated systems for keeping themselves and their environments as clean as circumstances permitted. Now, before we get too carried away defending our medieval ancestors, let's be clear about something. By modern standards, the medieval world was absolutely not a sanitary paradise. There were no antibacterial soaps, no daily showers, no washing machines tumbling through spin cycles, and certainly no deodorants promising 48-hour freshness. The streets of medieval cities could indeed be unpleasant places, with waste disposal methods that would make any modern health inspector weep into their clipboard. But here's where the stereotype falls apart. The assumption that medieval people were somehow comfortable with filth, that they didn't notice or care about cleanliness, is simply not supported by the historical evidence. What we find instead is a society that cared deeply about cleanliness, but understood it through a completely different framework than we do today. Let's start by examining where this persistent myth of medieval filthiness actually comes from, because understanding the origin of a misconception often helps us see past it more clearly. Much of our modern image of the dirty Middle Ages was actually constructed centuries later, during the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods, when scholars and philosophers were eager to distinguish their own enlightened era from the supposedly barbaric centuries that preceded it. They painted the medieval period as a time of ignorance, superstition, and yes, appalling hygiene, because doing so made their own achievements seem all the more impressive by comparison. It was essentially a very effective marketing campaign for modernity, and unfortunately that marketing has shaped our perceptions ever since. The Victorian era added another layer to this myth. Despite their own era's horrific sanitation problems, with cholera outbreaks and river water that could practically be sliced like cheese, Victorian writers loved to portray medieval times as even worse. It made them feel better about their own progress, even as they were dumping raw sewage directly into the Thames. There's something almost comforting about looking back at history and thinking, well, at least we're not as bad as those people. Unfortunately for historical accuracy, this tendency has given us a medieval period that exists more in imagination than in fact. Hollywood naturally has been only too happy to perpetuate these images. Nothing says authentic medieval atmosphere quite like extras with artfully applied mud on their faces, raggedy costumes, and the general suggestion that everyone on screen desperately needs a bath. It's visual shorthand that tells the audience, we're in the past now, and the past was gross. The problem is that this shorthand has become so ubiquitous that we've confused it with reality. We've watched so many movies featuring grimy peasants and muck-splattered streets that we've forgotten to ask whether those images have any basis in historical fact. So what does the historical evidence actually tell us? Let's begin with perhaps the most fundamental question of all. Did medieval people bathe? The answer, despite what you might expect, is yes. They absolutely did bathe. In fact, for much of the medieval period, bathing was not only common but socially important, deeply embedded in daily routines and cultural practices. The medieval relationship with water and cleanliness went through significant changes over the roughly 1,000 years we call the Middle Ages, but the simple idea that people avoided water altogether is simply not true. To understand medieval attitudes toward bathing, we need to first understand what came before. We need to travel back to the world of ancient Rome, because the medieval relationship with water was in many ways a reaction to, and eventually a departure from, Roman bathing culture. And Roman bathing culture was, to put it mildly, extraordinarily elaborate. The Romans were absolutely obsessed with bathing. This wasn't simply about getting clean, though that was certainly part of it. For Romans, the public bathhouse was the social centre of community life, a place where citizens of all classes gathered to conduct business, make political deals, exercise, gossip, and yes, occasionally actually wash themselves. The great thermae of Rome were architectural marvels, massive complexes featuring heated rooms of varying temperatures, cold plunge pools, exercise yards, libraries, and gardens. Bathing was not a quick in-and-out affair, but a leisurely ritual that could consume hours of each day. Consider the sheer scale of Roman commitment to bathing. By the height of the empire, Rome alone contained over 800 public bathhouses, ranging from modest neighbourhood establishments to the truly spectacular imperial thermae. The baths of Caracalla, completed around 216 AD, could accommodate 1,600 bathers simultaneously and covered an area of over 27 acres. These were not merely places to wash, but monuments to Roman civilization itself, statements of cultural sophistication and engineering prowess that said, quite loudly, "We are a people who take our cleanliness very seriously indeed." The Roman bathing experience typically followed a specific sequence. Bathers would begin in the tepidarium, a warm room that allowed the body to adjust gradually to higher temperatures. From there, they might proceed to the caldarium, the hot room, where they would sweat profusely before having oil rubbed into their skin by slaves or attendants. The oil was then scraped off with a curved metal instrument called a strigil, taking dirt, dead skin, and impurities with it. Finally, bathers would cool down in the frigidarium, a cold pool that closed the pores and invigorated the body. The entire process was considered essential for good health, clear thinking, and proper social standing. This bathing culture spread throughout the Roman Empire, reaching wherever Roman rule extended. In Britannia, what would later become England, the Romans built elaborate bathing complexes, the most famous of which can still be visited in the city that bears their name, Bath. In Gaul, in Hispania, in the eastern provinces, Roman baths became fixtures of urban life, symbols of belonging to the civilized world. To bathe as the Romans did was to participate in Roman culture itself, to embrace the values and practices that distinguished the empire from the barbarian peoples beyond its frontiers. But here's where our story takes its first significant turn. The Roman Empire, as you might recall, did not last forever. The western half gradually crumbled under a combination of internal pressures and external invasions, with the traditional date for its fall being 476 AD, when the last Western emperor was deposed. And with the fall of Rome came the slow, uneven decline of Roman bathing culture. Not immediately, and not completely, but gradually over centuries, the elaborate bathing traditions that had characterized Roman life began to fade. The reasons for this decline were multiple and interconnected. First and most practically, Roman bathhouses required enormous infrastructure to operate. The great thermae depended on sophisticated systems of aqueducts, hippocausts for heating, and constant maintenance by trained workers. As Roman administration collapsed and cities shrank, maintaining this infrastructure became increasingly difficult. Aqueducts fell into disrepair. The specialized knowledge needed to operate hippocaust heating systems was gradually lost. The bathhouses themselves, without regular maintenance, began to crumble. What had taken centuries of engineering expertise to build could not be sustained without the economic and organisational structures that had created it. Second, the population shifts of the early medieval period changed the social context in which bathing took place. As cities contracted and people dispersed into smaller, more rural communities, the urban bathhouse model became less viable. A great public bathhouse makes sense in a city of hundreds of thousands. It makes considerably less sense in a village of a few hundred. The infrastructure costs simply couldn't be justified for smaller populations, and the social functions that bathhouses served, the networking, the deal-making, the displays of civic participation, were less relevant in communities where everyone already knew everyone else. Third, and perhaps most significantly, the early medieval period saw the rise of Christianity as the dominant religious and cultural force in Western Europe. Now, it would be a significant oversimplification to say that Christianity opposed bathing, because for much of the medieval period that simply wasn't true. But Christian attitudes toward the body, toward nudity, and toward physical pleasure did create a different context for bathing than had existed in pagan Rome. The public nakedness that was unremarkable in Roman bathhouses became more problematic in a culture that emphasized modesty and viewed the body as a potential source of sinful temptation. The sensual pleasures of bathing, the warm water, the massage, the leisurely relaxation, could be viewed with suspicion by those who believed that physical pleasure distracted from spiritual concerns. Some early Christian writers did indeed criticize bathing, though their criticisms were often more nuanced than the simple, anti-bathing stance that's sometimes attributed to medieval Christianity. Saint Jerome, writing in the 4th century, advised young women dedicated to religious life to avoid bathing, arguing that a virgin should blush at herself and not look upon her own naked body. But Jerome was specifically addressing consecrated virgins pursuing exceptional holiness, not offering advice for ordinary Christians. Similarly, stories of saints who never bathed, like St. Francis of Assisi and others, were meant to demonstrate extreme spiritual dedication, not to establish norms for everyone. The unwashed saint was remarkable precisely because most people did bathe, otherwise the story would have no meaning. What actually happened to bathing in the early medieval period was less dramatic than either complete continuation or complete rejection. Roman-style public bathing declined, yes, but bathing itself did not disappear. Instead, it transformed, adapting to new circumstances, new beliefs, and new social structures. The great public thermae were replaced by smaller, more modest bathing facilities. The elaborate social rituals of Roman bathing gave way to more practical, less ceremonial approaches to cleanliness. Bathing became less public and more private, less a social institution, and more a personal practice. In the early medieval period, roughly from the 6th through the 10th centuries, bathing remained a regular practice among most of the population, though without the elaborate infrastructure of Roman times. People bathed in rivers, in streams, in wooden tubs filled with heated water, in whatever bodies of water were available. The great households of the nobility maintained bathing facilities, with servants heating water and filling large wooden tubs for their masters. Monasteries, those great preservers of knowledge and civilization during the early medieval period, maintained their own bathing traditions, with monks typically bathing several times a year as part of their regulated routine, though the frequency varied considerably by order and era. The Germanic peoples who had moved into former Roman territories brought their own bathing traditions, which were quite different from Roman practices but no less real. Many Germanic cultures practiced steam bathing, using heated stones and water to create steam in small enclosed spaces, a tradition that would survive in Scandinavian saunas and Russian banyas. In some regions, bathing was associated with important social and religious occasions, with ritual purification before significant events. These traditions merged with remnants of Roman practice and with Christian adaptations to create the diverse bathing culture of the early medieval period. One might reasonably ask, if bathing continued throughout the early medieval period, why do we have such a strong impression that medieval people didn't bathe? The answer lies partly in what happened later, in the high and late medieval periods, and partly in how we've interpreted the evidence. But before we get to the later changes, let's spend some more time with the earlier period, because understanding what medieval bathing actually looked like helps us appreciate both its continuities and its eventual transformations. In the courts of early medieval kings and nobles, bathing was associated with hospitality, honour and civilized behaviour. When a guest arrived at a great household after a long journey, offering a bath was a standard courtesy, as fundamental to good hospitality as offering food and drink. Chronicles and literature from this period frequently mention guests being provided with baths, suggesting that this was not merely an ideal but an actual practice. The guest would be shown to a room with a large wooden tub, filled with water heated by servants, often scented with herbs or flowers. After bathing, the guest would be provided with fresh clothing, another indication that cleanliness mattered to medieval people, who understood that a bath was pointless if you simply put dirty clothes back on afterward. The association between bathing, hospitality, and honour appears throughout medieval literature. In romances and epics, heroes are bathed by their hosts, often by the lady of the household or her attendants, in scenes that combined hospitality with intimacy in ways that made perfect sense to medieval audiences, even if they seem strange to us today. These literary representations weren't pure fantasy. They reflected real practices, idealized perhaps, but rooted in actual customs. When medieval writers wanted to show a character being treated well, they showed them being given a bath, because in the medieval imagination, being clean was part of being honoured, respected, and properly cared for. But let's look beyond the nobility, because the lives of kings and lords were hardly representative of the medieval population as a whole. What about ordinary people? Did peasants and townspeople bathe? The evidence, while less abundant than for the upper classes, suggests that they did, though naturally with less luxury. Rivers and streams served as bathing spots for common folk, with swimming and washing combining practical necessity with recreation. In warmer months, rural people might bathe in natural bodies of water several times a week, a frequency that might surprise those who imagine medieval peasants as perpetually unwashed. Urban areas developed their own solutions. As cities grew during the high medieval period, public bathhouses became increasingly common, not on the grand Roman scale, but as practical commercial establishments serving urban populations. These bathhouses, often called stews in English, offered hot water baths, steam rooms, and various services to paying customers. By the 13th and 14th centuries, major European cities might have dozens of such establishments, serving significant portions of the population. In Paris, the bathhouse keepers formed their own guild, with regulations governing their trade and shouting criers who announced when the baths were ready, suggesting a regular and established business. Not quite the grandeur of the baths of Caracalla, certainly, but evidence nonetheless that urban medieval Europeans bathed regularly in public facilities. The records of these bathhouses tell us something about their clientele and operations. They typically operated on a schedule, with different times or days designated for men and women, though this separation was not always strictly enforced, leading to the moral concerns we'll discuss shortly. Customers would pay a small fee for access to hot water baths and steam rooms, with additional services available for additional charges. The experience was considerably more modest than Roman bathing had been, but it served the same basic function, providing city dwellers with access to facilities for washing that they might not have in their own homes. Monasteries and convents maintained their own bathing traditions, though these varied considerably. The Rule of St. Benedict, the foundational document for Western monasticism, mentioned bathing specifically in the context of the sick, suggesting that the healthy should bathe less frequently. This has sometimes been interpreted as evidence for anti-bathing attitudes in the Church, but context matters enormously here. Benedict was writing rules for monks pursuing spiritual perfection through physical austerity. Limiting bathing was part of a broader program of limiting physical comfort, not a statement about hygiene for ordinary Christians. Moreover, monastic practice varied widely. Some monasteries bathed their monks several times a year, at Christmas, Easter, and other major feasts. Others maintained more frequent bathing. The Cluniac reforms of the 10th and 11th centuries actually increased bathing frequency in some monasteries as part of their broader reform program. Now we arrive at a crucial turning point in our story, the moment when medieval attitudes toward bathing began to shift significantly. This change didn't happen overnight, and it wasn't universal, but over the course of the late medieval period, roughly from the 14th century onward, bathing practices in Western Europe underwent a significant transformation. The public bathhouses that had flourished in the high medieval period began to decline and eventually largely disappeared. The relationship between Europeans and water became more complicated, more anxious, and in some ways more fearful than it had been before. What happened? Several factors converged to transform European attitudes toward bathing. creating the conditions that would give rise to the stereotype of the unwashed medieval person, even though the most significant changes actually occurred in the early modern period, after the Middle Ages had technically ended. First, and most dramatically, the Black Death arrived in Europe in 1347 and proceeded to kill somewhere between 30 and 60% of the continent's population over the next few years. This was a catastrophe almost beyond comprehension, a mass mortality event that reshaped every aspect of European society. Among its many impacts, the plague fundamentally altered how people thought about disease, contagion, and the body's vulnerability to illness. Before the plague, Europeans had lived with endemic diseases certainly, but nothing had prepared them for the sheer scale of death that the Black Death brought. When a third to a half of everyone you know dies within the span of a few months, it tends to focus the mind on questions of how diseases spread and how they might be prevented. Medieval medical theory, based largely on the ancient Greek physician Galen and the concept of bodily humours, offered an explanation that would have profound consequences for bathing. According to this theory, disease was caused by imbalances in the body's four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. External factors could upset this balance, particularly through the skin, which was understood to be porous and permeable. Hot water, by opening the pores, was thought to make the body more vulnerable to harmful influences, including the miasmas or bad airs that were believed to carry disease. A closed body, with pores tightly shut, was considered safer than an open body, exposed and permeable. The plague seemed to confirm these fears. Medical authorities of the time recommended avoiding bathing, particularly hot baths, as a precaution against infection. The Faculty of Medicine at the University of Paris, in their official report on the plague's causes, specifically warned against bathing, arguing that it opened the pores and allowed pestilential air to enter the body. Similar advice appeared throughout Europe as physicians struggled to understand and combat the disease. The logic made sense within the medical framework of the time. If disease entered through open pores, then keeping the pores closed through avoiding hot water seemed like reasonable protection. This medical advice had lasting effects. Even after the immediate crisis of the Black Death had passed, the memory of the catastrophe lingered, and with it, the association between bathing and vulnerability to disease. The plague returned periodically throughout the later medieval and early modern periods, each return reinforcing the message that bathing might be dangerous. What had been a cautionary recommendation during epidemic periods gradually hardened into a more general suspicion of water and bathing. Second, the public bathhouses themselves came under increasing moral criticism during this period. The combination of nakedness, warm water, and mixed company had always created potential for impropriety, at least from the perspective of religious authorities concerned with sexual morality. As the medieval period progressed, bathhouses in many cities became associated with prostitution and sexual license, their reputation shifting from respectable commercial establishments to places of dubious morality. Whether this association was justified, or whether it was more a matter of religious authorities looking for reasons to disapprove, is difficult to determine, but the effect was real. Bathhouses were increasingly viewed as morally dangerous places, dens of sin masquerading as places of hygiene. Church authorities in various cities took action against bathhouses, closing them outright in some cases or restricting their operations in others. The combination of medical fears about plague transmission and moral concerns about sexual impropriety created a powerful case against public bathing facilities. By the end of the medieval period and into the early modern era, many of the public bathhouses that had flourished in the 13th and 14th centuries had closed or been repurposed. Third, syphilis arrived in Europe in the 1490s, brought back from the Americas by returning explorers, and this new sexually transmitted disease further damaged the reputation of bathhouses. Whether syphilis could actually be transmitted in bathhouses through the water, rather than through sexual contact that might occur in such establishments, was uncertain, but the association between bathhouses and venereal disease added another layer of danger to their reputation. By the 16th century, many European cities had closed their bathhouses entirely, and the culture of public bathing that had flourished for centuries had largely disappeared. It's important to recognise that this decline in bathing happened primarily in the late medieval and early modern periods, not throughout the entire Middle Ages. When we think of the unwashed medieval person, we're actually thinking of attitudes and practices that developed quite late in the period and reached their peak after the Middle Ages had technically ended. The High Medieval period, the 12th and 13th centuries, actually represented something of a peak in European bathing culture, with public bathhouses thriving and regular bathing considered normal and desirable. The decline came later, driven by plague fears and moral concerns, and the period of a most intense water avoidance was actually the 16th and 17th centuries, well into what we call the early modern period. This timeline matters because it changes how we understand medieval attitudes toward cleanliness. For most of the medieval period, bathing was normal, expected, and associated with civilized behavior. The stereotype of the unwashed medieval person is based largely on practices that developed in response to specific historical circumstances, particularly the trauma of the plague, and that reached their extreme in the centuries after the medieval period had ended. When we imagine a medieval peasant who never bathes, we're actually imagining an early modern peasant and projecting that image backward in time. Let's consider what replaced bathing in this later period, because people didn't simply accept being dirty. As water-based bathing declined, other methods of maintaining cleanliness rose to take its place. The most important of these was the use of linen undergarments, which we'll discuss in more detail later. But for now, the key point is that medieval and early modern Europeans didn't abandon the pursuit of cleanliness. They simply pursued it through different means than water immersion. The relationship between Europeans and water in the medieval period was thus considerably more complicated than the simple notion that people feared or avoided bathing. Early medieval Europeans maintained bathing practices inherited, in modified form, from Roman traditions and augmented by Germanic customs. High medieval Europeans developed thriving urban bathhouse cultures and associated bathing with hospitality, honour, and social refinement. Only in the late medieval and early modern periods did significant fear of water develop, driven by the traumatic experience of plague and the moral concerns of religious authorities. And even then, this fear was not universal. Bathing practices varied enormously by region, class, and individual circumstances. Consider the geographical variations within Europe. While Western European countries like France, England, and much of Germany saw significant declines in bathing, other regions maintained more robust bathing traditions. The Scandinavian countries, with their steam bath traditions stretching back to pre-Christian times, never abandoned bathing to the same degree. The Russian Empire, at the eastern edge of European Christendom, maintained its banya culture throughout this period and beyond. The Muslim populations of Spain, and later the Ottoman territories bordering Europe, continued their own bathing traditions, which emphasized cleanliness as both a religious obligation and a cultural value. Even within Western Europe, regional variations persisted, with some areas maintaining bathhouse cultures longer than others. Social class also mattered enormously in determining bathing practices. While medical and moral concerns might convince authorities to close public bathhouses, they had less effect on the private bathing practices of the wealthy. Noble households continued to maintain bathing facilities, with servants heating water for their masters' wooden tubs. The rich could afford the labour required to fill and heat private baths, and could maintain standards of cleanliness that weren't available to those dependent on now closing public facilities. When we read medical advice from this period warning against bathing, we should remember that such advice was often directed at the general public, while the authors themselves likely bathed quite regularly in the privacy of their own homes. This brings us to an important point about how we should understand medieval attitudes toward water and cleanliness. Medieval people were not ignorant of the connection between cleanliness and health, even if they understood that connection differently than we do today. They couldn't know about bacteria and germs, which wouldn't be discovered for centuries, but they absolutely knew that filth could be associated with disease, that clean environments were healthier than dirty ones, and that personal cleanliness mattered for both health and social acceptance. The medical theories that led to fear of bathing were not evidence of irrationality, but rather of rational people working within a knowledge framework that was incomplete by modern standards but internally consistent. Given what they believed about how disease spread, avoiding hot baths during plague epidemics was actually a logical precaution. It was wrong, as it turned out, but not stupid. We should also be careful about romanticizing modern cleanliness standards as somehow self-evidently superior. Yes, we know more about germs and disease transmission than medieval people did, but our own hygiene practices are shaped by cultural assumptions and technological capabilities just as theirs were. We bathe daily not because daily bathing is somehow objectively correct, but because we have the infrastructure to make it convenient, the cultural expectation that makes it normal, and the scientific knowledge that makes it seem beneficial. Medieval people working within different circumstances developed different practices, and it would be arrogant to assume that our practices are the final word on human cleanliness. Future generations may well look back at our hygiene habits and find them inadequate or misguided in ways we can't currently imagine. The evolution of attitudes toward water from Rome to the late medieval period thus represents not a simple story of decline from Roman Enlightenment to medieval ignorance, but a more complex narrative of adaptation, transformation, and response to changing circumstances. Roman bathing culture was magnificent but unsustainable without Roman infrastructure and social organisation. Early medieval Europeans adapted, maintaining cleanliness through modified practices suited to smaller-scale, less urbanised societies. High medieval Europeans developed new bathing cultures appropriate to growing cities, without replicating Roman models but serving similar functions. Late medieval and early modern Europeans, traumatised by plague and constrained by changing moral attitudes, developed yet different approaches, reducing reliance on water while finding other means to pursue cleanliness. Understanding this evolution helps us see medieval people not as primitive ancestors wallowing in filth, but as human beings making reasonable decisions within the constraints of their knowledge and circumstances. They face challenges we don't face, like repeated waves of devastating plague without any understanding of what caused them. They lacked resources we take for granted, like running water, germ theory, and effective sewage systems. Yet they pursued cleanliness, valued it, and developed sophisticated systems for achieving it within their limitations. Their solutions were different from ours, but they were solutions nonetheless, not mere acceptance of dirtiness as inevitable. As we continue our exploration of medieval hygiene, we'll see this pattern repeated across many domains. In dental care, in dealing with parasites, in managing body odour, in sanitation and waste disposal, medieval people developed practical approaches that worked within their circumstances. These approaches often look strange or inadequate to modern eyes, but they represented genuine attempts to address real problems with available resources and knowledge. The medieval world was neither the idealised clean realm that some romantics imagine, nor the horrific cesspool that popular culture depicts. It was something more interesting, a human world, with all the complexity, creativity, and compromise that implies. The story of water in medieval Europe is thus ultimately a story about human adaptability and the limits of knowledge. Medieval people did the best they could with what they knew, just as we do today with our inevitably incomplete understanding of health and hygiene. They made mistakes, certainly, but so do we, and so will future generations looking back at us. The appropriate response to learning about medieval hygiene is not contempt for their ignorance, but humility about our own, combined with appreciation for the genuine efforts they made to live cleanly and healthily in a world that offered far fewer resources for doing so than our own. Let us turn now to consider more specifically how medieval people understood the connection between bathing and disease, because this medical framework shaped their practices in profound ways that lasted for centuries. The dominant medical theory in medieval Europe was humoral medicine, derived primarily from the ancient Greek physician Galen and transmitted through Arabic scholarship during the High Medieval period. According to this theory, the human body contained 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Health consisted of having these humours in proper balance. Disease resulted from imbalances among them. Each humour was associated with particular qualities, hot or cold, wet or dry, and was thought to be produced by specific organs in the body. Blood, for example, was hot and wet, produced by the liver. Black bile was cold and dry, produced by the spleen. This framework might seem quaint to modern eyes, but it provided a comprehensive system for understanding health and disease that seemed to explain observable phenomena quite well. Why did some people tend toward anger while others were melancholic? Different humoral balances. Why did bloodletting seem to help some conditions? It reduced an excess of blood that was causing problems. Why did purging relieve certain ailments? It expelled corrupted humours. The system was internally consistent and seemed to match observed reality, which is why it remained dominant for so long. Within this framework, the skin played a crucial role as the boundary between the body and the external environment. The pores of the skin were understood as openings through which substances could pass in both directions. Sweating, for example, was seen as the body expelling excess humours or corrupt matter through the pores. But this permeability was a double-edged sword. Just as substances could exit through the pores, harmful influences could enter through them as well. Hot water and steam, by warming the body and opening the pores, were thought to increase this permeability. A body heated by hot water was more open, more exposed, more vulnerable to whatever influences might be present in the environment. Under normal circumstances, this might be perfectly fine or even beneficial. But in the presence of pestilential miasmas, the bad airs that were thought to cause epidemic diseases, an open body was a body in danger. The very act that might promote cleanliness could simultaneously increase vulnerability to disease. This medical logic became particularly influential during and after the Black Death. When physicians observed that the plague seemed to spread rapidly in certain environments and conditions, they looked for explanations within their humoral framework. Public bathhouses, with their warm, moist air and crowds of people with wide-open pores, seemed like particularly dangerous environments for disease transmission. The advice to avoid bathing during plague times made perfect sense within this medical paradigm, even though we now know that plague was actually spread by fleas on rats, not by bathing. The persistence of this medical advice, even after immediate plague crises had passed, reflects how powerfully the experience of the Black Death shaped European consciousness. When you've watched a third or more of everyone you know die in a few months, medical advice that seemed to help becomes sacred wisdom. Even if the original reasoning was flawed, the emotional weight of the experience made people reluctant to risk returning to practices that had been associated with the catastrophe. The fear of opening one's pores persisted for generations, long after the specific circumstances that gave rise to it had changed. This medical framework also helps explain why alternatives to water bathing became so important in the late medieval and early modern periods. If the problem with water bathing was that it opened the pores and made the body vulnerable, then cleanliness could be pursued through means that didn't involve water or heat. Rubbing the body with dry cloths, for example, could remove dirt without the danger of pore opening. Changing one's linen undergarments, which we'll discuss in detail later, could absorb body oils and sweat without requiring water contact. Aromatic substances could mask body odour without the risk of bathing. These alternatives weren't seen as second-best substitutes for proper bathing, but as superior methods that achieved cleanliness without the associated dangers. The evolution from water-based to dry methods of cleanliness represents a significant shift in European hygiene practices, but it's important to understand that this shift was driven by what seemed like good medical reasons at the time. People weren't avoiding water because they didn't care about cleanliness. They were avoiding water because they believed it was dangerous and had found alternative methods they considered safer. Their practices made sense within their understanding of how bodies worked and how diseases spread. The fact that this understanding was wrong doesn't mean they were irrational. It means they were working with incomplete knowledge, as all humans always are. It's also worth noting that the fear of water was never absolute, even in the periods when it was most influential. People continued to wash their hands and faces regularly throughout this period, using water and sometimes soap. The concern was primarily with immersive bathing in hot water, which was thought to open the pores dramatically. Local washing of extremities was considered safer because it didn't heat the whole body or open all the pores simultaneously. This is why medieval and early modern art frequently depicts people washing their hands in basins, suggesting that this practice remained common even as full-body bathing declined. The geographic variation in response to these medical theories is also instructive. In northern European countries, where Roman bathing traditions had been less deeply rooted, and where indigenous steam bathing practices had different cultural meanings, the fear of water had less impact. Scandinavians, Russians, and Finns continued their traditional bathing practices with less interruption. In these cultures, steam bathing was so deeply embedded in religious and social practice that medical warnings couldn't dislodge it. The environmental conditions of these northern regions with long cold winters may also have made the warmth of bathhouses seem worth the medical risk. Similarly, in regions influenced by Islamic culture, bathing remained important throughout this period and beyond. Islamic religious practice emphasized ritual cleanliness, with ablutions required before prayer, and the hammam or public bathhouse was a central institution in Islamic societies. When Christian Europeans encountered these bathing cultures during the Crusades or in Spain during the Reconquista, they often remarked on them with a mixture of fascination and suspicion. The continued bathing practices of Muslim populations became one of the markers distinguishing them from Christian Europeans, which may have actually reinforced Christian European reluctance to bathe, as bathing became associated with the religious other. This intersection of medical theory, religious practice, and cultural identity in shaping bathing practices reminds us that hygiene is never purely practical. How we clean ourselves is always shaped by what we believe about our bodies, what our religious or philosophical traditions teach us about the flesh, and how we define ourselves in relation to others. Medieval and early modern Europeans navigated all of these factors in developing their particular approach to cleanliness, an approach that made sense within their specific cultural context, even if it seems strange from our different vantage point. The legacy of this medieval and early modern fear of water persisted surprisingly long. Even as medical understanding improved and germ theory eventually replaced humoral medicine in the 19th century, habits and attitudes formed over centuries changed slowly. The daily shower that seems so natural to modern Westerners is actually a very recent innovation, becoming widespread only in the 20th century with the spread of indoor plumbing and reliable hot water. The medieval medical wisdom that fear of water reflected has been thoroughly discredited, but the change from its influence was gradual, suggesting how powerful such formative experiences and beliefs can be in shaping human behavior across generations. As we conclude this exploration of medieval attitudes toward water and bathing, we can see that the relationship was far more complex than the simple stereotype of filthy medieval people who never washed. For much of the medieval period, bathing was common, valued, and associated with civilized behavior. The decline in bathing came late, driven by specific historical circumstances, including the trauma of the Black Death and the moral concerns of religious authorities. And even at its most extreme, the avoidance of water was never total. It applied primarily to immersive hot water bathing rather than all contact with water, and it was always more prevalent among certain classes and in certain regions than others. What this history teaches us, perhaps most importantly, is humility about our own certainties. The medical authorities who warned against bathing during plague times were not fools or charlatans. They were skilled professionals working within the best available knowledge framework of their era. They were wrong, but being wrong is a risk that comes with having knowledge at all. Our own medical and hygienic certainties will likely seem just as misguided to future generations, who will have knowledge we currently lack. The appropriate response to learning about medieval hygiene mistakes is not condescension, but recognition that we too are creatures of incomplete knowledge, doing our best to navigate a complex world. And with that recognition, we can appreciate medieval people not as primitive ancestors to be pitied for their ignorance, but as fellow humans facing challenges with intelligence, creativity, and determination. They may not have understood germs, but they understood that cleanliness mattered. They may have feared water during certain periods, but they developed alternatives that allowed them to maintain standards of cleanliness that were meaningful within their cultural context. They were neither the filthy savages of popular imagination nor the pristine inhabitants of a romanticized past, but something more interesting, real people with all the complexity that implies navigating hygiene as they navigated everything else in life, with a mixture of wisdom and error, tradition and innovation, fear and hope. Before we move on, it's worth pausing to consider what daily life actually looked like for someone navigating these changing attitudes toward water in the late medieval period. Imagine a merchant's wife in a prosperous English town around the year 1400. She wakes in a bed covered with linen sheets that are changed regularly, perhaps every week or two if her household is reasonably well off. Her first act of the morning is washing her face and hands in a basin of water, perhaps with a bit of soap if she can afford it. This local washing is considered safe and indeed necessary for proper presentation. She might rinse her mouth with water or an herbal preparation, perhaps flavoured with mint or sage. A full body bath, however, is a different matter entirely. She might take one several times a year, at significant moments like before major religious holidays, or after recovering from illness. For such occasions, servants would heat water and fill a large wooden tub, perhaps lined with cloth for comfort, and she would soak in water scented with herbs. These baths are pleasant but also slightly anxious affairs, undertaken with awareness that medical authorities consider them risky. She takes care to stay warm afterward and avoid drafts, following the standard advice for protecting her newly opened pores from dangerous influences. Between these full baths, she maintains cleanliness through other means. Her linen undergarments absorb sweat and body oils, and changing them frequently, perhaps every few days, keeps her feeling fresh. She might rub her body with dry cloths to remove dirt and stimulate circulation. Aromatic preparations help mask any body odour that develops between baths. By the standards of her own time and place, she is a clean and properly maintained individual, even though she bathes far less frequently than a modern person would consider acceptable. Her experience illustrates the key point about medieval hygiene. It wasn't about not caring about cleanliness, but about pursuing cleanliness through different means than we use today. The goals were similar: feeling fresh, looking presentable, maintaining health, but the methods were shaped by different beliefs about how bodies worked and what practices were safe. Understanding this helps us see medieval people as they actually were, rather than through the distorting lens of modern assumptions. The transition we've explored in this chapter, from Roman bathing culture through early medieval adaptations to late medieval water avoidance, represents one of the most significant shifts in European hygiene history. It shaped practices that persisted for centuries and influenced attitudes that lingered even longer. But it was never the whole story of medieval cleanliness, which encompassed far more than bathing alone. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore more specifically how medieval people approached various aspects of personal hygiene: their dental care, their battles with parasites, their management of body odour, their clothing and laundry practices, their sanitation systems, and their production of soap and other cleaning products. Each of these topics will reveal the same pattern we've seen with bathing: practices that seem strange from our modern perspective, but that represented genuine, often quite sophisticated, attempts to address real problems with available resources and knowledge. The medieval world of hygiene is a fascinating place, full of surprises for those willing to look past the stereotypes, and there's much more to discover as we continue our journey through it. Now that to truly understand why a medieval physician would tell you that taking a hot bath might kill you, we need to step into their worldview completely. We need to understand not just what they believed, but why those beliefs made sense given what they could observe about the human body and disease. And once we do that, the seemingly bizarre advice to avoid bathing starts to look a lot more logical, even if it was ultimately mistaken. The foundation of medieval medicine was humoral theory, a system of understanding the body that had its roots in ancient Greece and was developed most fully by the physician Galen in the 2nd century AD. Galen's works were preserved and expanded upon by Arabic scholars during the Islamic Golden Age, then translated back into Latin and reintroduced to Western Europe during the High Medieval period. By the 12th and 13th centuries, Galenic medicine was the dominant framework for understanding health and disease throughout the Christian and Islamic worlds, taught in the newly founded universities and practiced by physicians across Europe. According to humoral theory, the human body contained 4 fundamental fluids or humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Each humour was associated with a pair of qualities from the 4 elemental qualities of hot, cold, wet, and dry. Blood was hot and wet, phlegm was cold and wet, yellow bile was hot and dry, black bile was cold and dry. These humours were produced by different organs in the body and circulated throughout, influencing everything from physical health to personality and mood. Health, in this framework, consisted of having the 4 humours in proper balance, with the specific ideal balance varying somewhat from person to person based on their individual constitution, age, sex, and other factors. Disease resulted from imbalances among the humours when one humour became excessive or deficient relative to the others, or when a humour became corrupted or putrefied. The goal of medical treatment was to restore humoral balance, either by reducing excess humours through bloodletting, purging or sweating, or by adding what was lacking through diet, medication, or changes in lifestyle. This system might sound primitive, but it actually did a reasonably good job of explaining the phenomena that medieval physicians could observe. Why did some people tend toward anger, while others were calm or melancholic? Different humoral constitutions. Why did fever patients often improve after sweating profusely? The excess hot humour was being expelled. Why did bloodletting sometimes help with conditions involving inflammation or high blood pressure, even though we now understand it worked for entirely different reasons? The system seemed to be validated by experience, which is why it persisted for so long. Within this humoral framework, the skin played an absolutely crucial role as the boundary between the inner world of the body and the outer world of the environment. The skin was not understood as an impermeable barrier, as we might think of it today, but as a porous membrane through which substances could pass in both directions. This porosity was considered essential for health. The body needed to expel excess humours, corrupt matter, and waste products, and one of the primary routes for this expulsion was through the pores of the skin. Sweating was the most obvious example of this process. When the body became too hot, when there was an excess of hot humours, the pores would open and sweat would carry the excess heat and moisture out of the body. This was considered a natural and healthy process, the body's way of maintaining proper humoral balance. Physicians might even induce sweating deliberately as a treatment for certain conditions, using hot baths, steam rooms, or medications that promoted perspiration. The goal was to open the pores and allow corrupt or excess humours to escape. But here's where things get complicated, and here's where the fear of bathing begins to make sense. If the pores could open to let things out, they could also open to let things in. And in a world where disease was thought to be caused by external factors entering the body, particularly by corrupt air or miasmas, this was a terrifying prospect. An open body was a vulnerable body, exposed to whatever harmful influences might be present in the environment. The concept of miasma was central to medieval and early modern understanding of epidemic disease. Miasmas were thought to be corrupt or poisonous airs that arose from rotting organic matter, stagnant water, swamps, and other unpleasant-smelling sources. These bad airs were believed to carry disease, which is why epidemic diseases were often associated with particular places or conditions. Marshlands were considered unhealthy because of the miasmas rising from them. Cities during hot summers, when garbage and waste accumulated and the air grew thick with unpleasant smells, were thought to be particularly dangerous. When a miasma entered the body, according to this theory, it could corrupt the humours and cause disease. The route of entry could be through breathing, certainly, but also through the skin, particularly if the pores were open and receptive. A body with closed pores, sealed against the external environment, was safer than a body with open pores, exposed and vulnerable. This is the logic that would eventually make bathing seem dangerous. Hot water opened the pores, making the body more permeable to whatever miasmas or corrupt influences might be present. Now, under normal circumstances, the risk of open pores might be considered acceptable or even beneficial. After all, the body needed to expel waste and maintain humoral balance, and keeping the pores perpetually closed would prevent this natural process. The calculation changed dramatically, however, in the presence of epidemic disease. When plague or other deadly diseases were present in a community, the miasmas were thought to be particularly dangerous, and protecting the body from their entry became paramount. This is why medical advice to avoid bathing was typically most urgent during plague times, when the environmental threat was greatest. Let's look more closely at how medieval physicians understood the mechanism by which disease could enter through open pores. The skin, in their view, was covered with countless tiny openings through which the body naturally transpired and through which external substances could potentially enter. These pores were not static but dynamic, opening and closing in response to various stimuli. Heat, particularly moist heat like that from a hot bath, was thought to cause dramatic opening of the pores. Cold, conversely, caused them to close tightly. This is why bathing advice often emphasised the importance of staying warm after a bath and avoiding cold drafts, because the sudden transition from open to closed pores was considered dangerous in itself. The opening of pores by hot water was thought to have multiple effects. First, it made the skin more permeable, allowing external substances easier entry to the body. Second, it softened the skin, making it more vulnerable to damage or penetration. Third, it drew blood and humours toward the surface of the body, concentrating vital fluids in the outer layers where they might more easily escape or be affected by external influences. All of these effects combined to make a recently bathed body particularly vulnerable, a temporary state of increased exposure that needed to be managed carefully. Medieval physicians developed elaborate protocols for bathing that were designed to minimize these risks. Bathing should be done in clean water, obviously, but the water should also be appropriately warm, not too hot. Very hot water opened the pores too dramatically and was considered particularly dangerous. The bath should not last too long, as prolonged immersion extended the period of vulnerability. After bathing, the body should be dried thoroughly and kept warm, allowing the pores to close gradually without the shock of sudden cold. The bather should rest and avoid exertion, which might cause renewed sweating and pore opening. Food and drink after bathing should be chosen carefully to support humoral balance during this vulnerable period. The situation became much more serious during epidemic periods. When plague or other deadly diseases were present, many physicians recommended avoiding bathing entirely, at least avoiding hot baths that would open the pores dramatically. The risk-benefit calculation shifted. The benefits of bathing, cleanliness and humoral balance were outweighed by the danger of exposure to pestilential miasmas through open pores. better to remain somewhat less clean than to open yourself to deadly disease. The Faculty of Medicine at the University of Paris issued an official report on the causes of the Black Death in 1348, and this document provides valuable insight into how learned physicians understood the epidemic. The report attributed the plague to a conjunction of planets that had corrupted the air, creating deadly miasmas that spread disease wherever they drifted. Among the recommendations for protecting oneself from the plague, the report specifically advised against bathing, which was said to open the pores and make the body vulnerable to the corrupt air. Similar advice appeared in plague tracts throughout Europe over the following centuries. Physician after physician warned against bathing during plague times, reinforcing the message that hot water and open pores meant increased vulnerability to disease. This advice was not coming from uneducated folk healers or superstitious peasants. It was coming from the most learned medical authorities of the time, trained at prestigious universities and working within what they understood to be a rational scientific framework. The persistence of this advice over centuries, and its spread throughout Europe, gradually shaped cultural attitudes toward bathing in general. What had begun as specific advice for epidemic periods slowly became a more general suspicion of bathing as potentially dangerous. Even when plague was not immediately present, the memory of past epidemics and the fear of future ones coloured how people thought about the risks of bathing. The association between open pores and vulnerability to disease became embedded in popular consciousness, transmitted from generation to generation as common wisdom about health and hygiene. This is where we need to step back and appreciate the profound difference between medieval and modern understandings of disease. We know, thanks to the germ theory developed in the 19th century, that most infectious diseases are caused by microorganisms, bacteria, viruses, and other pathogens that can be transmitted from person to person or from the environment to humans. We know that these microorganisms are far too small to see with the naked eye, and that their behaviour follows natural laws that have nothing to do with miasmas or humoral balances. Medieval people had no access to this knowledge. They couldn't see bacteria or viruses. They had no microscopes, no laboratories, no controlled experiments that could reveal the true causes of disease. What they had was observation, logical reasoning within their theoretical framework, and the accumulated wisdom of ancient authorities who had thought deeply about these questions. Given what they could observe, their theories made sense. Disease often did seem to come from bad-smelling places. Epidemics did seem to spread through the air. People who were weakened or vulnerable did seem more likely to get sick. The theory of miasmas and humoral vulnerability explained these observations reasonably well, even though the underlying mechanism was completely different from what they imagined. It's easy to look back and feel superior to medieval people for their mistaken beliefs about disease and bathing. But we should resist this temptation. Every era works with incomplete knowledge, and every era makes mistakes that will seem obvious to future generations. Medieval physicians were not stupid. They were intelligent people doing their best to understand complex phenomena with the tools available to them. Their theories were wrong, but their reasoning was often sound given their premises. If you accept that disease spreads through corrupt air and that open pores allow that air to affect the body, then avoiding bathing during epidemics is a logical precaution. Moreover, some of the practices recommended by medieval physicians, even if based on wrong theories, may have had beneficial effects for reasons they didn't understand. Avoiding crowded bathhouses during plague epidemics, for example, probably did reduce disease transmission, though not because of miasmas and open pores. Bathhouses were places where many people gathered in close contact, and reducing such gatherings during epidemics would have limited the spread of contagious diseases. The advice was right, even though the reasoning was wrong, a reminder that effective practices can sometimes emerge from incorrect theories. Let's examine more closely how this medical understanding played out in practice for different segments of medieval society. For the wealthy and educated, who had access to trained physicians and could afford to follow elaborate bathing protocols, the advice to be cautious about bathing was taken seriously, but not necessarily absolutely. Noble households might still maintain bathing facilities and use them, but with careful attention to the medical recommendations about timing, temperature, and aftercare. Bathing might be avoided during times of epidemic or when an individual was already in weakened health, but undertaken during healthier periods with appropriate precautions. For ordinary people without access to physicians, the message about the dangers of bathing filtered down in simplified form, often losing the nuances that would have allowed for safe bathing practices, where a physician might say, Be cautious about hot baths during epidemics and follow proper protocols at other times. Popular understanding might simplify this to bathing is dangerous. The subtleties of medical theory about temperature, duration, aftercare and timing were lost as the message spread beyond educated circles. What reached common people was often just the warning, without the context that would have made it more nuanced. This simplification of medical advice as it spread through society is a recurring pattern in history, not limited to medieval bathing practices. Complex conditional recommendations become simple absolute rules as they pass from experts to the general public. Reduce your intake of saturated fat as part of an overall healthy diet becomes fat is bad for you. Some forms of exercise may pose risks for people with certain conditions becomes exercise is dangerous. The medieval equivalent, be cautious about hot baths during epidemics and follow proper protocols, became bathing will make you sick. The role of physicians in medieval society also shaped how their advice about bathing was received and implemented. Physicians were elite professionals, trained at universities and serving primarily wealthy clients. Their recommendations reflected the concerns and circumstances of their clientele. People who could afford elaborate bathing facilities, servants to heat water and attend to aftercare, and the leisure to follow complex protocols. When these recommendations filtered down to ordinary people, they often didn't make sense in the same way. A peasant couldn't follow elaborate bathing protocols because he didn't have servants, heated facilities, or the time for extended rest after bathing. For such people, the simplified message, "don't bathe because it's dangerous," was easier to follow than the nuanced medical advice that assumed resources they didn't have. The theory of open pores also influenced thinking about other health practices beyond bathing. If the skin was porous and substances could pass through it, then what you put on your skin mattered for your health. This reasoning supported the widespread use of aromatic substances, perfumes, and ointments that were thought to both protect the skin from harmful influences and potentially introduce beneficial substances into the body. Carrying a pomander filled with fragrant spices, for example, was thought to not only mask unpleasant odours, but actively protect against disease by providing a constant source of wholesome air close to the nose and by its beneficial influence on the skin. Similarly, the theory influenced ideas about clothing and its health effects. Clothing was thought to interact with the skin in ways that could be beneficial or harmful. Linen, in particular, was believed to have special properties that made it ideal for undergarments. Linen was considered absorbent, drawing impurities and excess humours away from the skin. It was also seen as having a kind of cleansing property, able to remove dirt and oil from the body surface without the need for water. This belief in linen's special properties contributed to the practice, which we'll discuss more later, of using frequent linen changes as an alternative to bathing for maintaining cleanliness. The porous nature of the skin also implied that the body was in constant interaction with its environment, absorbing influences from the air, water, and materials it contacted. This understanding made medieval people quite attentive to their surroundings in ways that might seem excessive or superstitious to us. The location of a house, the quality of the air in a room, the materials used in bedding and clothing, the scents that filled a space, all of these were considered to have potential health implications because all of them might influence what entered or left the body through its porous surface. This environmental awareness had both positive and negative consequences. On the positive side, it encouraged attention to cleanliness of spaces, good ventilation, and avoidance of obviously unhealthy locations. Medieval people might not have known about germs, but they knew that some places smelled bad and were associated with disease, and they took steps to avoid such places when possible. On the negative side, the same reasoning could lead to elaborate and ineffective precautions like carrying aromatic substances to ward off plague that provided a false sense of security while doing nothing to prevent actual disease transmission. The persistence of the open pores theory and its influence on bathing practices is a testament to how powerfully theoretical frameworks can shape behaviour. For centuries, educated Europeans believed that their skin was a porous membrane through which disease could enter, and this belief shaped their hygiene practices in profound ways. Even as the specific theory was gradually forgotten, the practices it had engendered persisted, transmitted as traditional wisdom from generation to generation. By the time the germ theory of disease finally displaced humoral medicine in the 19th century, the habits and attitudes formed over centuries of poor anxiety had become deeply embedded in European culture. The transition away from the open pores theory and toward modern germ theory was gradual and contested. Even in the 19th century, as evidence mounted for the role of microorganisms in disease, many physicians remained skeptical. The idea that invisible creatures caused disease seemed almost as fantastical as the miasmas it was replacing, and the humoral framework had centuries of accumulated authority behind it. Old habits of thought die hard, especially when they've been reinforced by institutional education and cultural tradition. The complete displacement of humoral medicine by germ theory took decades, and traces of the older thinking persisted even longer in popular culture. What's particularly interesting is how the bathing practices that emerged from the open pores theory managed to persist even after the theory itself had been abandoned. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, educated people in Europe and America no longer believed that hot water opened dangerous pores or that miasmas caused disease. Yet bathing practices remained far less frequent than they would become later in the 20th century. Daily bathing or showering is really a mid to late 20th century innovation in most Western countries, made possible by widespread indoor plumbing, reliable hot water, and cultural shifts that hadn't yet occurred in earlier decades. The legacy of medieval and early modern water avoidance lingered in the form of less frequent bathing habits, even after the theoretical justification for such habits had been discredited. This raises fascinating questions about how much of our own behaviour is shaped by beliefs we no longer consciously hold. We inherit practices from previous generations without always inheriting the reasoning behind them. Traditions persist beyond the circumstances that created them, becoming just how things are done without anyone remembering why. Medieval Europeans avoided bathing because they believed in open pores and miasmas. Their early modern descendants continued avoiding bathing partly out of habit and partly because new fears, like syphilis, reinforced the old practices. Later generations continued the reduced bathing practices without necessarily knowing why. Let's also consider how the open pores theory interacted with other aspects of medieval medicine and health practice. Bloodletting, one of the most characteristic practices of medieval and early modern medicine, was closely related to the same theoretical framework. If disease resulted from humoral imbalances, and if excess blood was one common form of imbalance, then removing blood could restore proper balance and cure disease. Bloodletting was often performed by making small cuts in the skin and allowing blood to flow out, or by applying leeches that would suck blood from the patient. The same porous skin that made bathing potentially dangerous was understood to make bloodletting therapeutically valuable. By opening the skin and allowing blood to flow out, the physician could reduce excess humours and restore balance. The incisions used in bloodletting were small and controlled, quite different from the widespread pore opening caused by hot water, so they were considered much safer. The bloodletter could control exactly where and how much the skin was opened, targeting specific areas associated with particular humours or organs. The relationship between bathing and bloodletting in medieval medical practice is instructive. Both involved the permeability of the skin, but in different ways and with different therapeutic goals. Bathing might open the pores to allow expulsion of corrupt humours through sweating, but it also risked allowing entry of harmful substances. Bloodletting opened the skin in a controlled way to remove specific quantities of blood without the widespread vulnerability that bathing caused. A skilled physician would know when each approach was appropriate, using the theory of humours and pores to guide therapeutic decisions. Other practices also reflected the theory of skin permeability. Cupping, in which heated cups were applied to the skin to create suction, was thought to draw corrupt humours to the surface, where they could be more easily expelled. Poultices and plasters applied to the skin were believed to have therapeutic effects that passed through the pores into the body beneath. Ointments and salves might be applied to treat conditions in deeper tissues, on the theory that their beneficial properties would be absorbed through the skin. Even practices that seem unrelated to medicine were sometimes influenced by ideas about skin permeability. Clothing choices, for example, might be made partly on health grounds. Certain fabrics were thought to be healthier next to the skin than others, either because of their absorbency, their ability to allow the skin to breathe, or their inherent properties that might influence the body through contact. The wealthy might choose their undergarments carefully, considering not just comfort and appearance but health implications based on the theory of how materials interacted with porous skin. The open pores theory thus influenced a wide range of medieval practices, from the obviously medical to the everyday and mundane. It provided a framework for thinking about the body's relationship with its environment, explaining both how we maintain health through proper regulation of what enters and exits the body, and how we become ill when this regulation breaks down. The theory was comprehensive and powerful, connecting observations about sweating, disease, climate, and countless other phenomena into a unified understanding. We should also note that the open pores theory was not unique to European medicine. The concept that the skin is permeable and that this permeability has health implications appears in various medical traditions around the world. Traditional Chinese medicine, for example, includes concepts about the skin as a boundary through which qi and other influences can pass. Ayurvedic medicine in India similarly recognizes the skin as an important interface between the body and environment. The specific details differ, but the general recognition that what contacts the skin can affect internal health appears widely in traditional medical systems. This cross-cultural similarity suggests that there's something intuitively compelling about the idea of skin permeability. We can feel things affecting our skin, we observe that substances can be absorbed through it, we notice that sweating seems to expel something from within. Without modern scientific instruments to reveal the true nature of the skin as a largely impermeable barrier with specific mechanisms for certain types of exchange, it's natural to interpret these observations as evidence of general permeability. The open pores theory, in this light, represents a reasonable attempt to explain observable phenomena, wrong in its specifics, but not unreasonable as a hypothesis. As we consider the legacy of the open pores theory, it's worth reflecting on what it teaches us about the nature of medical knowledge and its cultural consequences. Medical theories are never just abstract ideas. They shape how people live, what practices they adopt, and how they understand their own bodies. The open pores theory shaped European hygiene practices for centuries, reducing bathing frequency and promoting alternative methods of maintaining cleanliness. It influenced architecture and urban planning as people tried to create environments with healthy air. It affected clothing choices, eating habits, and countless other aspects of daily life. When we evaluate the open pores theory from our modern perspective, we can see that it was wrong about the mechanism of disease transmission. Germs, not miasmas, cause infectious diseases. The skin is not nearly as permeable as medieval physicians believed. Hot water and open pores don't make you vulnerable to plague. But acknowledging these errors shouldn't lead us to dismiss medieval medicine entirely, or to feel contemptuous toward those who believed in it. They were doing the best they could with the information and tools available to them, just as we are today with our own incomplete knowledge. Modern medicine will surely be revised by future generations who know things we don't yet know. Perhaps some of our current practices will seem as misguided as avoiding bathing to prevent plague. Perhaps some of our theories will turn out to be as wrong as the theory of miasmas. The appropriate response to learning about medieval medical errors is not smugness, but humility. Recognition that all knowledge is provisional, and that future generations will look back at us just as we look back at our predecessors. The theory of open pores and its influence on bathing practices represents one of the most significant and long-lasting effects of medieval medical thinking on everyday life. For centuries, Europeans lived in fear of opening their bodies too widely to the external environment, a fear that shaped their hygiene practices, their relationships with water, and their understanding of their own vulnerability. The fear was based on a misunderstanding of how disease actually spreads, but it was a rational fear given what was known at the time. Understanding this helps us appreciate medieval people not as ignorant primitives, but as fellow humans navigating an uncertain world with the tools and knowledge available to them. And so we come to appreciate why medieval attitudes toward bathing evolved as they did, not from stupidity or indifference to cleanliness, but from a sophisticated, if ultimately mistaken, medical understanding of how bodies worked and how diseases spread. The open pores theory provided a compelling explanation for observable phenomena and generated practical recommendations that seemed to make sense within its framework. That the theory was wrong doesn't diminish the intelligence of those who believed it. It only reminds us that all knowledge is provisional, all theories are subject to revision, and all of us are doing our best with what we know at any given moment. Let's examine some specific examples of how the open pores theory manifested in actual medical advice and practice. Medical texts from the medieval period are full of detailed recommendations about managing the body's permeability, and reading them gives us a window into how seriously physicians took these concerns. Consider the regimen sanitatis, or health regimen, a genre of medical writing that provided comprehensive advice for maintaining health. These texts, produced throughout the medieval period and beyond, covered everything from diet to exercise to sleep to bathing. The most famous of these, the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum, originated from the medical school at Salerno in Italy and was copied and translated throughout Europe. Its advice about bathing reflects the open pores theory perfectly. Baths should be taken when the body is properly prepared, the water should be neither too hot nor too cold, the duration should be limited, and careful attention should be paid to the recovery period afterward. The regimen specifically warns against bathing immediately after eating, when the digestive process is active and the body's resources are focused inward. Bathing at such a time might disrupt digestion and allow food humours to be drawn inappropriately to the surface. Similarly, bathing when already ill was considered risky, since the body was already in a compromised state, and additional pore opening might make things worse. The healthiest time to bathe was when the body was in good humoral balance, well rested, and not recently fed. Conditions that limited when bathing could safely occur. These regimens also discussed the quality of the water used for bathing. Not all water was considered equal in its effects on the body. Fresh spring water was generally preferred, being considered pure and less likely to carry harmful substances. River water was acceptable but less ideal. Stagnant water, from ponds or cisterns where the water didn't flow, was considered potentially dangerous, as it might harbour corrupt influences. Seawater had its own set of properties, sometimes recommended for specific conditions but not for routine bathing. The careful medieval bather would consider not just whether to bathe but with what water, adding another layer of complexity to an already elaborate process. Temperature recommendations were equally detailed. Lukewarm water was generally considered safest, opening the pores only moderately while still providing the cleansing benefits of bathing. Very hot water, while it might feel pleasant and would certainly open the pores dramatically, was considered dangerous precisely because of its effectiveness. It was sometimes recommended for specific therapeutic purposes, like inducing sweating to expel corrupt humours, but only under medical supervision and with careful attention to recovery. Cool or cold water, on the other hand, closed the pores and was sometimes recommended for this purpose, though bathing in cold water was generally uncomfortable and therefore not common practice. The duration of bathing was also carefully specified. A bath should last long enough to achieve its purpose, whether cleansing or therapeutic, but not so long that the body became excessively waterlogged, or the pores remained open for extended periods. Prolonged soaking was considered dangerous, leaving the body in a vulnerable state for too long. Medieval physicians might recommend specific durations, such as the time it takes to say certain prayers or to complete specific tasks, providing practical measures for people who didn't have clocks. After the bath, the recovery period was crucial. The bather should be dried thoroughly with clean linens, wrapped in warm clothing, and allowed to rest in a comfortable temperature. Drafts and cold air were particularly dangerous to the newly bathed body, whose open pores made it vulnerable to chills and the illnesses that might follow. Food and drink after bathing should be warming and nourishing, supporting the body as it returned to its normal state. Sexual activity was usually forbidden for a period after bathing, as it might overexcite the body and disrupt the careful rebalancing process. All of this advice, detailed and comprehensive, reflects the seriousness with which medieval physicians approached the management of bodily permeability. Bathing was not a casual activity to be undertaken thoughtlessly, but a significant intervention in the body's relationship with its environment. Done properly, it could be beneficial, cleansing the body and helping to maintain humoral balance. Done improperly, it could be dangerous, opening the body to harmful influences and disrupting internal harmony. The elaborate nature of this advice also helps explain why bathing declined rather than simply being modified during the plague years. Following all these recommendations required resources, time, and knowledge that many people didn't have. The safe bath, as medieval physicians described it, was complicated and demanding. If bathing itself became associated with danger, and if safe bathing required all these precautions that were difficult to implement, it's understandable that many people simply avoided bathing altogether. The simplest way to avoid the risks of improper bathing was to not bathe at all. The open pores theory also influenced how people thought about recovering from illness. A sick person was considered to be in a particularly vulnerable state, with the body already compromised and struggling to restore balance. Bathing during illness was generally discouraged, as the additional stress of pore opening might overwhelm the body's capacity to heal. Only after recovery was well advanced might bathing be considered, and even then with extra caution. This meant that people who had been ill might go for extended periods without bathing, gradually accepting this as normal even after they had recovered. Interestingly, the theory also affected thinking about the transition between seasons. When the weather changed from cold to warm or warm to cold, the body needed to adjust its humoral balance and its management of pore openness. Spring and autumn, as transitional seasons, were considered particularly risky times for bathing. The body was already adjusting to environmental changes, and adding the stress of bathing might disrupt this process. Medieval physicians might advise extra caution about bathing during seasonal transitions, another factor that reduced overall bathing frequency. The gendered dimensions of the open pores theory deserve attention as well. Women's bodies were considered to be generally more porous and permeable than men's, which had implications for bathing recommendations. On one hand, women might need to bathe more frequently to manage their greater inherent moisture and the various discharges associated with female physiology. On the other hand, their greater permeability made them more vulnerable to the risks of bathing. Medical advice for women often reflected this ambivalence, acknowledging the need for cleanliness while warning about the special dangers that bathing posed for female bodies. Pregnancy added another layer of complexity. The pregnant body was understood to be even more permeable than usual, with the pores open to support the growing fetus and the various processes of reproduction. Bathing during pregnancy was therefore considered particularly risky, and many medical authorities advised against it, at least during certain stages of pregnancy. This advice may have contributed to the common practice of confining pregnant women and new mothers, keeping them in protected indoor environments where the risks of exposure could be minimized. Children, too, were considered to have particularly permeable bodies. Their skin was softer, their pores more open, their humoral balance less stable than that of adults. Recommendations for bathing infants and children reflected these concerns, often advising lukewarm baths of short duration with careful attention to warmth afterward. The practice of swaddling infants, wrapping them tightly in cloth, may have been partly related to these ideas about protecting porous infant bodies from environmental influences. The elderly faced different but related concerns. As the body aged, it was thought to become colder and drier, with the natural heat and moisture of youth diminishing. Bathing in hot water might seem like a remedy for this cooling and drying, and indeed hot baths were sometimes recommended for elderly patients. But the aged body was also considered weaker and less able to recover from the stress of pore opening. Medical advice for the elderly often reflected careful balancing of potential benefits against increased risks. Social class significantly affected how people could implement the advice generated by the open pores theory. Wealthy households could create the conditions for safe bathing. Private facilities, heated water, servants to assist, clean linens for drying, warm rooms for recovery, and the leisure time to devote to the process. For such households, following medical recommendations about bathing was entirely practical, and many noble families continued to bathe regularly throughout the medieval period, simply doing so with appropriate precautions. The middle classes of medieval cities, merchants and craftspeople and professionals, had fewer resources but still some capacity to follow medical advice. They might bathe less frequently than the wealthy, but could still access public bathhouses or arrange for occasional home bathing. Their practices represented a compromise between ideal medical recommendations and practical limitations, with cleanliness pursued through a combination of bathing and other methods. For the open pores theory also intersected with religious ideas about the body and its management. Christian teaching emphasized the dangers of the flesh and the importance of mortifying bodily desires. While cleanliness was generally valued, excessive attention to the body could be seen as worldly vanity. Some religious authorities interpreted the medical warnings about bathing as confirmation that Christians should focus less on physical cleanliness and more on spiritual purity. The clean soul was more important than the clean body, and the discomfort of reduced bathing might even be embraced as a form of penance. Monasteries and convents developed their own approaches to bathing that reflected both medical and religious concerns. Monastic rules typically regulated bathing, often limiting it to certain occasions or to treatment for illness. The frequency varied enormously by order and by individual house, with some allowing fairly regular bathing and others restricting it severely. The combination of medical warnings about open pores and religious suspicions about bodily indulgence created an environment in which many religious communities dramatically reduced bathing, seeing abstention as both medically prudent and spiritually virtuous. The practical implementation of open pores theory in everyday life also reveals interesting patterns of selective adherence. People didn't simply follow medical advice blindly, but adapted it to their circumstances and preferences. A merchant who enjoyed visiting the bathhouse might find reasons to believe his particular constitution made him less vulnerable to poor-related dangers. A noble lady might continue her bathing routines while being extra careful about recovery protocols. Human nature being what it is, medical advice was interpreted, negotiated, and sometimes ignored when it conflicted with desire or convenience. The physicians themselves recognized that compliance with their recommendations was imperfect. Medical texts often include complaints about patients who wouldn't follow advice, who bathed when they shouldn't, or who didn't take proper precautions afterward. These complaints suggest that the medical consensus about bathing's dangers was never universally accepted in practice, whatever people might have said they believed. The gap between official medical theory and actual behaviour is a constant throughout medical history, and medieval bathing practices were no exception. We should also consider how the open pores theory interacted with occupational necessities. Some professions simply required contact with water, regardless of medical concerns. Fishermen couldn't avoid getting wet. Laundresses spent their days with their arms in water. Tanners and dyers worked with various liquids as part of their trade. These workers couldn't follow the advice to avoid water exposure, so they either rationalized their practices as somehow different from bathing, or simply accepted whatever risks their occupations entailed. The medical theory, developed primarily by and for educated elites, didn't always account for the realities of working-class life. The geographic variation in response to the open pores theory also deserves more attention. In regions with strong indigenous bathing traditions like Scandinavia, with its saunas, or Russia with its banyas, the medical warnings from southern European sources had less influence. These cultures had their own understandings of how heat, steam, and sweating affected the body, and these understandings didn't necessarily map onto Galenic humoral theory. A Finnish peasant entering a sauna wasn't thinking about open pores and miasmas. He was participating in a practice that his ancestors had followed for generations, and that was deeply embedded in his cultural identity. The theory of open pores thus had ramifications far beyond simple hygiene practices. It influenced how people thought about their body's relationships with the environment, how they managed illness and recovery, how they approached different life stages, and how they understood gender differences in health. It intersected with religious and moral ideas about the body, with social class distinctions in lifestyle and resources, and with broader cultural attitudes toward cleanliness and purity. A seemingly simple idea, that the skin has pores through which things can pass, became the foundation for an elaborate system of beliefs and practices that shaped daily life for centuries. What makes this history particularly fascinating is how it demonstrates the power of theoretical frameworks to shape behaviour in ways that persist long after the original theories have been forgotten. Most people today have never heard of humoral medicine or the theory of open pores, yet traces of the practices these theories generated can still be found in cultural attitudes toward bathing, exposure to cold, and recovery from illness. The grandmother who insists you'll catch cold if you go outside with wet hair is echoing, without knowing it, centuries of medical thinking about open pores and vulnerability to environmental influences. Understanding the open pores theory also helps us appreciate why the transition to modern hygiene practices was so gradual. It wasn't simply a matter of learning new facts about germs and immediately changing behaviour. People had to overcome deeply ingrained habits and attitudes that had been formed over centuries under a completely different theoretical framework. The intellectual recognition that germ theory made more sense than humoral medicine didn't immediately translate into changed practices. Old habits, formed when open pores seemed like a real danger, persisted long after the theoretical justification for them had been abandoned. This pattern of practices persisting beyond the beliefs that originally motivated them appears throughout human history and across many domains of life. We continue doing things because they feel right, because everyone else does them, because they're what we've always done, even when the original reasons for doing them no longer apply. Medieval Europeans who reduced their bathing because of open pores, fears passed on reduced bathing practices to their descendants, who continued the practices without necessarily understanding why. Only gradually, as new infrastructure made frequent bathing more convenient, and as new cultural values made it more desirable, did Western hygiene practices shift toward the frequent bathing that seems normal today. With this understanding of the medical framework that shaped medieval hygiene practices, we're now better equipped to explore how different segments of medieval society actually approached cleanliness in their daily lives. The theory set the parameters within which people made decisions, but how those decisions played out varied enormously depending on social class, geography, available resources, and individual circumstances. Now that we understand the medical theories that shaped medieval attitudes toward bathing, let's explore how these ideas actually played out across different segments of society. Because here's the thing about medieval hygiene. It was never one size fits all. Your experience of cleanliness in the Middle Ages depended enormously on who you were, where you lived, and most importantly, how much money you had. The gap between a duke's bathing routine and a peasant's approach to personal hygiene was roughly as wide as the gap between their dining tables, which is to say, absolutely enormous. Let's start at the top of the social ladder, in the great castles and manor houses where the nobility lived their surprisingly complicated lives. If you were born into the aristocracy, congratulations, you had access to the medieval equivalent of a spa experience. Noble households maintained dedicated bathing facilities, and the process of bathing a lord or lady was an elaborate ritual involving multiple servants, carefully prepared water, aromatic herbs, and what we might generously call a wellness routine. The typical noble bath centered on a large wooden tub, often barrel-shaped and lined with cloth to prevent splinters, because nothing ruins a relaxing soak quite like a wooden stake in an unfortunate location. These tubs were substantial pieces of furniture, sometimes elaborately decorated, and they required considerable effort to fill. Servants would heat water over fires and carry it, bucket by bucket, upstairs and through corridors to wherever the bath was being prepared. This was exhausting work, which perhaps explains why noble bathing wasn't exactly a daily occurrence. When your bath requires half a dozen servants hauling hot water for an hour, you tend to make it count. The water itself was rarely just water. Nobles enhanced their baths with a variety of herbal additions designed to make the experience both pleasant and healthful. Rose petals were popular, adding fragrance and a touch of luxury. Lavender was believed to have calming properties and left the skin smelling pleasant. Chamomile, mint, thyme, and sage all appeared in various bathing preparations, each thought to have specific benefits for health and hygiene. Some recipes called for milk or wine to be added to the bath water, though whether these additions actually did anything beyond making the bather feel fancy is somewhat questionable. The bath was often covered with a canopy or tent-like structure, partly for privacy but primarily to trap the steam and keep the bather warm. Remember those open pores we discussed? A noble following medical advice would want to stay warm throughout the bathing process and especially afterward, when those newly opened pores were considered most vulnerable. The canopy helped create a warm, enclosed environment that minimized the risk of dangerous drafts reaching the naked bather. During the bath itself, servants would attend to the bather's needs. Hair might be washed with preparations made from wood ash lye and fragrant herbs. The body would be scrubbed with cloths, sometimes with the assistance of soap, which we'll discuss more later. Fingernails and toenails would be cleaned and trimmed. The experience was as much about pampering and social display as it was about actual cleaning, a demonstration of wealth and status that said, quite clearly, I can afford to have multiple people attend to my hygiene needs. After the bath, the recovery process was equally elaborate. The bather would be dried with soft linens, then wrapped in warmed robes and escorted to a comfortable bed or couch to rest. Food and drink might be served during this recovery period, carefully chosen to support the body's return to normal humoral balance. The whole process could easily consume several hours, a luxury of time that only the wealthy could afford. Now you might be wondering how often nobles actually went through this elaborate routine. The answer varies considerably depending on the specific time period, region, and individual household, but it was certainly more frequent than the stereotype of the perpetually filthy medieval person would suggest. Some noble households maintained weekly bathing schedules, others bathed less frequently but still regularly, perhaps once or twice a month. During the high medieval period, before plague fears reduced bathing generally, noble bathing was associated with hospitality, celebration, and refined living. A guest arriving at a noble household after a long journey would typically be offered a bath as part of their welcome, a gesture of hospitality that was both practical and symbolic. The contrast with peasant hygiene practices could hardly be more stark. If you were born into the vast majority of the medieval population, the agricultural workers who formed the backbone of the economy, your experience of cleanliness was considerably simpler and more limited. You certainly didn't have servants hauling heated water to fill elaborate wooden tubs. You didn't have herb-scented bath water or recovery rituals involving warmed robes. What you had was whatever natural water sources were available, whatever time you could spare from endless agricultural labour, and whatever traditions your community had developed for managing personal cleanliness. For medieval peasants, rivers and streams served as the primary bathing facilities. When weather permitted, which is an important qualification in northern European climates, people would bathe in natural bodies of water. This might happen weekly during warmer months, or it might be more occasional, depending on local custom, individual preference, and the proximity of suitable water sources. Swimming and bathing combined practical necessity with recreation, a chance to cool off during summer labour and wash away the accumulated dirt of agricultural work. The seasonal nature of this bathing should be emphasised. In winter, when rivers ran cold and the weather made outdoor nakedness genuinely dangerous, river bathing essentially stopped. Good luck finding anyone eager to strip down and jump into near-freezing water in January, even for the sake of cleanliness. Winter meant that peasants relied on other methods to maintain whatever standards of hygiene they could manage, methods we'll discuss shortly when we talk about clothing as a hygiene tool. Some peasant communities had access to bathhouses, particularly in towns and larger villages. These weren't the elaborate facilities of noble households, but simpler establishments where ordinary people could pay a small fee for access to heated water and a place to wash. The quality and availability of such facilities varied enormously by region and time period. In some areas, public bathhouses remained common throughout the medieval period. In others, they were rare or non-existent, leaving people dependent on natural water sources or home bathing with heated water when fuel could be spared. Home bathing for peasants, when it occurred, was a considerably humbler affair than noble bathing. A family might own a single wooden tub, used for various purposes including bathing, laundry, and food preparation, because specialization of a household equipment was a luxury. Water would be heated over the household fire, a process that consumed valuable fuel that might otherwise be used for cooking or heating. The entire family might share the same bath water, with the head of household bathing first in the cleanest water and others following in order of status, until the last person was essentially washing in everyone else's dirt. Not exactly a spa experience, but better than nothing. The famous phrase, "don't throw the baby out with the bathwater," gives us a glimpse into this practice of sequential bathing in shared water. By the time the baby, typically bathed last in the hierarchy, got its turn, the water had become so murky from previous bathers that you genuinely might lose track of a small infant in there. The phrase survives as a warning against discarding something valuable along with something worthless, but its origin reminds us of the realities of peasant hygiene practices. Monastic communities occupied an interesting middle ground between noble luxury and peasant simplicity in their approach to hygiene. Monasteries and convents were organised communities with resources that exceeded those of individual peasant households, yet their religious orientation created distinctive attitudes toward bathing and personal cleanliness. The result was a unique set of hygiene practices that reflected both practical capabilities and spiritual values. Monastic rules typically addressed bathing explicitly, recognizing it as an area that needed regulation. The Rule of St. Benedict, the foundational document for Western monasticism, mentioned bathing primarily in the context of care for the sick, suggesting that the healthy should bathe less frequently. This has sometimes been interpreted as evidence for anti-bathing attitudes in the Church, but the reality was more nuanced. Benedict was prescribing a life of spiritual discipline in which physical comfort was deliberately limited. Reduced bathing was part of a broader program of austerity, not a statement about hygiene for ordinary Christians. Different monastic orders interpreted bathing regulations differently. Some allowed regular bathing, perhaps 3 or 4 times a year at major feasts, with additional baths permitted for those who were ill or had been engaged in particularly dirty work. Others were more restrictive, limiting bathing to medical necessity only. The Cistercians, known for their strict observance, generally bathed only when sick. The Cluniacs, with their more elaborate liturgical life, permitted more frequent bathing as part of their preparation for major celebrations. Despite variations in bathing frequency, monasteries generally maintained higher standards of general cleanliness than surrounding secular communities. They had organised labour forces that could maintain facilities, regular routines that incorporated cleaning activities, and institutional memories that preserved knowledge about hygiene practices. Monastery infirmaries often included bathing facilities for the sick, recognising that cleanliness aided healing. Monastic guest houses provided baths for visiting travellers, maintaining the ancient tradition of hospitality that included washing guests' feet and offering bathing facilities. The washing of hands was particularly important in monastic communities, where communal eating required attention to cleanliness that went beyond personal preference. Most monasteries maintained lavabos or washing facilities near their refectories, where monks would wash their hands before meals. This practice was both hygienic and symbolic, connecting physical cleanliness with spiritual purity. The regular ritual of hand-washing before eating may have been one of the more consistently maintained hygiene practices across different monastic traditions. Monasteries also played an important role in maintaining and transmitting knowledge about hygiene, medicine, and soap making. The libraries and scriptoria of medieval monasteries preserved ancient texts on medicine and personal care, copying and transmitting this knowledge across generations. Monastic infirmaries developed practical expertise in treating illness, including knowledge about cleanliness and its relationship to health. When medieval Europeans needed medical advice or healing, they often turned to monasteries, where accumulated knowledge and organised resources made effective care more possible. The differences between noble, peasant and monastic hygiene practices reflect broader patterns of medieval inequality and social organisation. Cleanliness, like almost everything else in medieval society, was stratified by class. The wealthy had access to resources, time and knowledge that made elaborate hygiene practices possible. The poor made do with whatever they could manage given their limited resources and endless labour demands. Religious communities developed their own distinctive approaches that balanced practical capabilities with spiritual values. None of these groups existed in isolation. They influenced each other and shared some common practices. But the differences were real and significant, shaping daily life in ways that we often overlook when we generalise about medieval hygiene as if it were a single uniform phenomenon. Now let's turn to one of the most fascinating and underappreciated aspects of medieval hygiene, the use of clothing, particularly linen undergarments, as a primary tool for maintaining cleanliness. This is where medieval people showed remarkable ingenuity in solving hygiene challenges within the constraints of their circumstances. If bathing was difficult, dangerous or expensive, then perhaps there was another way to stay clean, one that didn't require elaborate facilities or medical precautions. The answer they developed was simple and brilliant. Let your clothes do the cleaning for you. The key to this system was linen, a fabric made from the fibres of the flax plant. Linen had been known and used since ancient times, but in medieval Europe it took on special significance as the fabric of choice for undergarments. And undergarments, in turn, became the foundation of a hygiene system that allowed people to maintain cleanliness without frequent bathing. Understanding how this worked requires us to think about cleanliness in a different way than we typically do today. In modern hygiene practice, we generally assume that cleaning the body directly through washing is the primary method of maintaining cleanliness. We shower or bathe to remove dirt, sweat and oils from our skin, and we put on clean clothes afterward to maintain that cleanliness. The clothes are secondary to the washing. Medieval people, particularly after bathing, became more suspect due to open pores concerns, essentially inverted this relationship. The clothes themselves became the primary cleaning mechanism, with bathing playing a supporting role or being eliminated entirely. Here's how it worked. The human body naturally produces oils, sweat and other secretions that accumulate on the skin surface. These substances cause body odour and attract dirt, creating the need for regular cleaning. Medieval people observed, correctly, that these substances transferred readily to fabric that was in direct contact with the skin. A linen undergarment worn next to the body would absorb sweat and oils, pulling them away from the skin surface. By changing this undergarment regularly, you could remove the accumulated substances without ever needing to immerse your body in water. Linen was particularly well suited to this purpose for several reasons. First, linen is highly absorbent, more so than wool or other common medieval fabrics. It could soak up considerable amounts of sweat and body oil, while still remaining comfortable against the skin. Second, linen was believed to have inherent cleansing properties, drawing impurities from the body through direct contact. This belief may have had some basis in observation, as linen's absorbency did indeed pull moisture and oils from the skin. Third, linen was durable enough to withstand the vigorous washing necessary to remove absorbed impurities, allowing it to be used repeatedly over long periods. The typical medieval undergarment was the chemise or shift for women and the shirt or braise for men. These garments were worn directly against the skin, underneath the outer clothing that was visible to the world. They were usually white or undyed, both because bleached linen was considered particularly clean and pure, and because white fabric showed dirt clearly, indicating when it was time for washing. The visible whiteness of linen undergarments at collar and cuffs became a status symbol, demonstrating that the wearer maintained standards of cleanliness that required regular changing and washing of these intimate garments. The frequency of changing linen undergarments varied by social class and individual circumstance, but it was considerably more frequent than we might expect. Wealthy people might change their undergarments daily, or even more frequently in hot weather or after exertion. Even ordinary people aimed to change their linen regularly, perhaps twice a week or more when possible. This frequent changing was the key to the system. The linen was doing the work that bathing would otherwise do, absorbing the day's accumulation of sweat and oil and carrying it away to be washed out. The visual display of clean white linen became an important marker of respectability and social status. When we see portraits of late medieval and early modern figures, we often notice the careful attention to depicting white linen at the neck and wrists, the visible edges of undergarments peeking out from beneath the outer clothing. This wasn't mere fashion, it was a display of cleanliness, evidence that the subject maintained proper hygiene through regular changing of their linen. A person whose linen appeared dirty or discoloured was signalling either poverty, which prevented them from affording sufficient linen and laundry, or personal slovenliness, both of which were socially damaging. The cultural significance of clean linen extended into language itself. The phrase to air one's dirty linen in public, meaning to discuss private matters inappropriately, derives from this association between linen undergarments and intimate personal matters. Similarly, the idea of coming clean, originally referring to having one's linen properly washed, evolved into a metaphor for honest confession. These linguistic fossils remind us of how central linen and its cleanliness were to medieval and early modern concepts of propriety and personal integrity. The laundering of linen undergarments was itself a significant undertaking, one that required considerable labour and resources. Unlike modern washing machines that can handle a load of laundry in an hour with minimal human effort, medieval laundry was a labour-intensive process that might take an entire day or longer. The clothes had to be soaked, scrubbed, beaten, rinsed, and dried, all through manual labour. For wealthy households, this work was done by servants or professional laundresses. For ordinary families, it was typically women's work, added to the already endless list of tasks required to maintain a medieval household. The basic medieval laundry process went something like this. First, the dirty linen was sorted and soaked in water, sometimes with the addition of lye made from wood ash, which helped to break down grease and oils. The lye was alkaline and had genuine cleaning properties, though it could also be harsh on both fabric and hands. After soaking, the linen was scrubbed and beaten, either on rocks at a riverbank or on washing boards, to loosen the dirt and work the cleaning agents through the fabric. Then came rinsing, often in flowing river water to carry away the dirt and lye. Finally, the clean linen was wrung out and hung to dry, preferably in sunlight, which had a natural bleaching effect that helped maintain the desired whiteness. For communities near rivers, the riverbank served as a communal laundry facility. Women would gather there regularly, bringing their household's dirty linen to wash in the flowing water. This was hard physical labour, requiring hours of scrubbing and rinsing, often in cold water regardless of the weather. But it was also a social occasion, a chance for women to gather, exchange news, and maintain the social bonds that held communities together. The medieval laundry spot was in some ways comparable to the proverbial water cooler of modern offices, a location where informal socialising occurred alongside practical work. The labour and resource requirements of laundry help explain why clothing was managed so differently in the medieval period than it is today. We might casually toss a shirt into the laundry basket after wearing it once, knowing that washing it requires nothing more than loading a machine and pressing a button. Medieval people couldn't afford such casual attitudes. Every item of laundry represented significant labour, so clothing was worn for as long as practical before washing. Outer garments, which didn't contact the skin directly and therefore didn't absorb as much sweat and oil, might be worn for weeks or months between cleanings, if they were cleaned at all. The undergarments did the heavy lifting of hygiene, and they were the focus of laundry efforts. This brings us to an important distinction that medieval people understood intuitively, but that modern people sometimes overlook when thinking about historical hygiene: the difference between being clean and looking clean. A medieval person who changed their linen regularly might have a body that hadn't been thoroughly washed in weeks. yet they could still be considered clean by the standards of their time. The logic was straightforward. If the linen was absorbing all the body's secretions and was being changed and washed regularly, then the body itself remained reasonably clean through this indirect process. The visible cleanliness of the linen demonstrated and enacted the cleanliness of the person. This system had some genuine merits that we shouldn't dismiss too quickly. Regular changing of absorbent undergarments does indeed help control body odour and remove accumulated skin oils. Modern athletes sometimes use similar principles, wearing moisture-wicking base layers that pull sweat away from the skin. The medieval linen system was a practical adaptation to circumstances where water bathing was difficult, and it worked reasonably well within its limitations. However, we should also acknowledge the limitations. A layer of linen, no matter how frequently changed, is not the same as actually washing the body. Certain areas and certain types of dirt were not effectively addressed by the linen system alone, and the effectiveness of the system depended entirely on having sufficient linen and access to laundering, which meant that it worked much better for those with resources than for those without. A wealthy person with many changes of linen and servants to do the laundry could maintain genuine cleanliness through this system. A poor person with only 1 or 2 undergarments and limited time for laundry could not. The production of linen itself was a significant industry in medieval Europe. Flax had to be grown, harvested and processed through a lengthy series of steps to extract the fibres that could be spun into thread and woven into cloth. This processing, called retting, involved soaking the harvested flax stems to rot away the outer layers and loosen the fibres, a smelly and labour-intensive process that gave employment to many rural workers. The fibres then had to be separated, cleaned, combed, spun and woven before they became usable fabric. All of this required skilled labour and considerable time, making linen a valuable commodity that represented significant investment. The value of linen helps explain why it featured so prominently in wills, dowries, and household inventories from the medieval period. People carefully tracked their linen possessions, bequeathed specific items to heirs, and considered linen ownership a marker of household wealth and stability. A well-stocked linen cupboard was a sign of prosperity, representing both the capital investment in the linen itself and the ongoing capacity to maintain it through regular laundering. Young women accumulated linen as part of their dowry, preparing for the household management responsibilities they would assume upon marriage. The relationship between linen, cleanliness and social status created interesting dynamics around the display of undergarments. While modesty generally required that undergarments be hidden beneath outer clothing, their visible edges, at necklines and cuffs and hems, served as public statements about the wearer's hygiene standards. Fashion evolved partly to show off these visible edges of linen, with necklines and sleeves designed to reveal glimpses of the white undergarments beneath. A ruffle of clean white linen at the throat wasn't just decorative, it was a hygiene credential, proof that the wearer maintained proper standards of cleanliness. This display function of linen became increasingly elaborate over time. By the late medieval and early modern periods, the visible portions of undergarments had become highly decorated, with elaborate embroidery, lace edges, and fine pleating that demonstrated both cleanliness and wealth. The famous ruffs of the Elizabethan era, those enormous circular collars of elaborately starched and pleated linen, represented the ultimate expression of this trend, taking the display of clean linen to almost absurd extremes. Wearing such a garment loudly proclaimed that the wearer had access to large quantities of the finest linen, skilled servants to maintain it, and the leisure to wear something so impractical. The emphasis on linen cleanliness also influenced medical thinking about hygiene. Physicians came to recommend frequent changing of linen as a health practice, noting that clean linen next to the skin helped maintain proper humoral balance and prevented the accumulation of corrupt substances. This medical endorsement reinforced the already strong cultural preference for clean linen and provided scientific-sounding justification for what was also a social status marker. The wealthy could feel that their frequent linen changes were not just displays of wealth, but genuine health practices, while the poor could be blamed for their ill health when they couldn't afford to maintain the same standards. The linen-based hygiene system also had implications for how people understood the relationship between inner and outer cleanliness. In medieval thinking, the state of the undergarments, the layer closest to the body, reflected and influenced the state of the person's character and soul. Clean linen next to the skin was associated with moral purity as well as physical cleanliness. Conversely, Dirty or neglected undergarments suggested moral failings as well as hygiene problems. This connection between physical and moral cleanliness ran deep in medieval culture, influencing everything from religious practices to social judgments about respectability. The intersection of hygiene, morality, and social status in medieval linen culture reminds us that cleanliness has never been a purely practical matter. How we clean ourselves, what standards we maintain, and how we display our cleanliness to others are all shaped by cultural values, social structures, and economic circumstances. Medieval people navigating the challenges of personal hygiene were also navigating complex social terrain, using their hygiene practices to signal their place in society and their adherence to shared values. The white linen collar wasn't just absorbent fabric, it was a statement about who you were and where you belonged. As we continue our exploration of medieval hygiene, we'll see this interweaving of practical necessity and social meaning repeatedly. The methods people used to care for their bodies, their teeth, their hair, and their environments were never merely technical solutions to hygiene problems. They were always also social practices, embedded in systems of meaning that connected physical cleanliness to moral virtue, social status, and cultural identity. Understanding medieval hygiene requires us to understand these connections, to see practices that might seem strange or inadequate, not just as failed attempts at what we do better today, but as coherent systems that made sense within their own cultural context. The social stratification of hygiene practices also raises important questions about health outcomes across different segments of medieval society. Did the wealthy, with their elaborate bathing rituals and abundant clean linen, actually live healthier lives than the poor with their more limited hygiene options? The answer is complicated. Certainly the wealthy had access to resources that promoted health in various ways, including better nutrition, better housing, and yes, better hygiene. But medieval hygiene practices, even elaborate ones, were based on incorrect understandings of disease transmission, so their health benefits were limited. The wealthy nobleman who bathed in herb-scented water and changed his linen daily was not necessarily protected from the infectious diseases that killed so many medieval people. Plague didn't care whether your pores were open or closed. Typhus spread through lice regardless of how white your collar appeared. The genuine health advantages of wealth in medieval society came more from better nutrition, less crowded living conditions, and greater ability to flee disease outbreaks than from superior hygiene practices per se. The elaborate hygiene rituals of the wealthy were real and meaningful within their cultural context, but they were not the magical health shields that some believed them to be. At the same time, we shouldn't entirely dismiss the health benefits of medieval hygiene practices, even those based on incorrect theories. Regular changing of linen undergarments, while not as effective as actual bathing, did help control some skin conditions and may have reduced certain types of infections. The emphasis on clean water sources, clean living spaces, and fresh air, all rooted in miasma theory, had genuine benefits even though the underlying reasoning was wrong. Medieval people often did the right things for the wrong reasons, a reminder that correct practice can emerge from incorrect theory. The persistence of social differences in hygiene throughout the medieval period and beyond reflects broader patterns of inequality that shaped every aspect of life. The wealthy could afford cleanliness just as they could afford better food, better housing, and better everything else. The poor did what they could with limited resources, maintaining standards that were lower not because they cared less about cleanliness, but because they had fewer means to achieve it. When we judge medieval hygiene practices, we should remember that we're often judging the practices of the poor, who left fewer records and whose lives were harder in every way. The hygiene of the wealthy was considerably better than the stereotype suggests, but it was not representative of the population as a whole. This class dimension of hygiene also influenced how outsiders perceived medieval society and how later generations remembered it. Travellers from cleaner societies, or later writers looking back at the medieval period, often focused on the hygiene of the poor majority rather than the wealthy minority. The result was an impression of universal filth that was actually a description of poverty rather than a description of the era as a whole. When we imagine the medieval period as uniformly dirty, we're imagining the lives of the poor and generalizing inappropriately to everyone. The reality was more varied, with cleanliness levels ranging from the near-modern standards of the wealthy to the survival-focused minimalism of the poor. Understanding this variation helps us think more accurately about medieval life and about the relationship between wealth, resources, and hygiene across historical periods. Cleanliness has always been easier for those with money, time, and access to facilities. Medieval society simply made these inequalities more visible and more extreme than modern developed societies, where even the poor have access to running water and laundry facilities that medieval kings would have envied. But the basic pattern that wealth enables cleanliness remains true across eras, and recognizing this pattern in medieval society helps us see both the past and the present more clearly. Let's delve deeper into some specific examples that illustrate these social differences in action. Consider the daily routine of a medieval countess in her well-appointed castle versus a peasant woman in her one-room cottage. The countess rises from a bed with linen sheets that are changed regularly by her servants. She washes her face and hands in a basin of clean water, perhaps warmed and scented with rose water. Her ladies-in-waiting help her dress, starting with a fresh linen chemise that was washed just yesterday. Her outer garments are brushed and aired, maintained in good condition by servants who specialize in such tasks. Her hair is combed with an ivory comb, perhaps treated with fragrant oils. Before she even leaves her chamber, multiple people have contributed to her hygiene routine. The peasant woman, meanwhile, wakes in a bed she shares with her husband and possibly children, on sheets that haven't been washed in weeks because there simply hasn't been time between all the other work that needs doing. She splashes her face with water from a bucket, the same bucket that serves for drinking and cooking. Her undergarment is the same one she wore yesterday and the day before, because she owns only two, and the other is still drying from its last washing. Her outer clothes are worn until they're visibly dirty, then worn some more because replacing them is expensive and time-consuming. Her morning hygiene routine, such as it is, takes minutes rather than the hours that the Countess's preparations might consume. These contrasts extended to virtually every aspect of hygiene practice. The Countess might have access to a private latrine built into her castle's walls, with a seat that extended over a shaft dropping waste to a pit or moat far below. Not exactly modern plumbing, but considerably more sanitary and comfortable than the alternatives. The peasant woman, on the other hand, might use a simple pit latrine behind her cottage, or perhaps just a secluded spot in the nearby woods. In winter, a chamber pot might serve for nighttime needs, its contents disposed of in the morning in whatever way was locally customary, which often meant simply dumping them outside. The management of menstruation illustrates these class differences particularly clearly. Noble women had access to cloths made of soft, absorbent fabric that could be washed and reused, as well as the privacy to change them as needed throughout the day. Some wealthy women used belts or bands to hold menstrual cloths in place, creating something approaching modern menstrual management. Poorer women had fewer cloths, less privacy for changing them, and less access to washing facilities that would keep them clean and available. The discomfort and inconvenience of menstruation were thus stratified by class like everything else, with wealth buying relative comfort and dignity. Children's hygiene similarly reflected family resources. Noble children had nurses and servants who kept them clean, changed their clothes regularly, and maintained their hygiene as part of their broader care. These children grew up with standards of cleanliness that they would maintain throughout their lives, having learned from earliest childhood that regular changing of linen and attention to personal cleanliness were normal expectations. Peasant children, raised in households where everyone worked from a young age and where resources were scarce, grew up with different expectations. Cleanliness was a luxury that yielded to more pressing needs like food production and survival. The elderly faced their own hygiene challenges, again stratified by social class. Wealthy elderly people could rely on servants to assist with personal care as their own abilities declined. An aging nobleman who could no longer easily bathe himself had servants to help him, ensuring that his hygiene was maintained even as his independence decreased. Elderly peasants, by contrast, depended on family members who might or might not be available, and who certainly had other pressing responsibilities. An old woman living alone might struggle to maintain any standards of cleanliness as her physical capabilities declined, a reality that contributed to the sometimes sorry state of elderly poor people in medieval society. The professional classes that emerged in medieval cities, merchants and craftspeople and lawyers and physicians, occupied a middle ground in hygiene practices as in so much else. They had more resources than peasants, but fewer than nobility. They might employ a servant or two who could assist with laundry and household maintenance, but they didn't have the armies of staff that noble households commanded. Their hygiene practices reflected this intermediate status, better than the poor, not as elaborate as the rich, characterized by a kind of respectable adequacy that signalled middle-class standing. Urban environments created their own distinctive hygiene challenges and opportunities. Cities concentrated people in ways that made both hygiene problems and hygiene solutions more acute. The problems included accumulating waste, contaminated water sources, and close quarters that spread disease rapidly. The solutions included public bathhouses, professional laundresses, and the economic specialization that allowed people to focus on their trades while paying others to handle tasks like laundry that would otherwise consume their time. Urban dwellers often had access to hygiene resources that rural people lacked, even if urban environments also created hygiene problems that rural areas avoided. The public bathhouses that flourished in medieval cities before plague fears closed, many of them represented a kind of democratic access to hygiene facilities. For a small fee, even a relatively poor urban worker could access heated water, steam rooms, and a chance to wash thoroughly. These establishments varied widely in quality and respectability, from well-maintained facilities serving respectable clientele to grimier establishments with more dubious reputations. But they provided options for urban cleanliness that didn't exist in rural areas, where people were dependent on natural water sources and their own limited household resources. The role of guilds and professional associations in maintaining hygiene standards among their members is an often overlooked aspect of medieval cleanliness. Guilds were concerned with the reputation of their trades, and this concern extended to the personal presentation of members. A guild of tailors or goldsmiths might expect its members to maintain certain standards of appearance and cleanliness, understanding that slovenly craftsmen reflected poorly on the entire trade. Guild halls sometimes included bathing facilities for members' use, and guild regulations might address cleanliness expectations either explicitly or implicitly. The emergence of professional laundresses as a recognized occupational category reflects the economic importance of linen hygiene. These women, for laundry was overwhelmingly women's work, developed expertise in cleaning different types of fabric and removing different types of stains. They knew which substances would clean effectively without damaging delicate fabrics. They understood drying and bleaching techniques that produced the pristine whiteness that their clients demanded. Their work was hard and not particularly prestigious, but it was skilled labour that commanded some respect and provided a living for many urban women. The laundry trade also had its seamy side, if you'll pardon the pun. Laundresses had intimate access to their clients' personal garments, knowledge that could be valuable or dangerous depending on circumstances. A laundress might notice that a supposedly virtuous woman's undergarments showed evidence of sexual activity, or that a supposedly wealthy man's linens were of suspiciously poor quality. The intimacy of handling others' dirty linen created relationships of trust and potential betrayal that were recognized in the social standing of the profession. Laundresses were necessary but not entirely respectable, their work essential but their position marginal. The preservation and repair of linens was itself an important skill in medieval households. Linen was valuable enough that worn items were carefully mended rather than discarded. Tears were patched, worn areas reinforced, and aging garments repurposed rather than thrown away. A linen shift that had worn thin might be cut down into children's garments or cleaning cloths, extracting every bit of use before the fabric was finally discarded. This careful management of textile resources reflected both the value of linen and the labour that its production and maintenance required. The household inventory was thus in part a linen inventory, with careful tracking of sheets, shirts, chemises, towels, and other linen items. Wills frequently specified bequests of particular linen items to particular heirs, suggesting that these were valued possessions whose distribution mattered. A woman's dowry often included linen as a major component, representing both her household skills — she was expected to have made or helped make much of it herself — and her family's investment in her future household. The linen cupboard was a kind of savings account, representing wealth that could be drawn upon in times of need. The connection between linen and life events meant that the fabric accompanied people through all their major transitions. Babies were swaddled in linen cloths, beginning their lifelong relationship with the fabric from their first moments. Brides brought linen dowries to their marriages. The dead were shrouded in linen for burial, completing the cycle that had begun with their birth. Linen was thus woven into the fabric of life itself, if you'll forgive another textile pun, its presence marking and enabling the major passages that structured medieval existence. The cleaning of linen was often associated with particular times of year or particular occasions. Spring cleaning, that annual ritual of deep household maintenance that survives in attenuated form today, was in part an intensive laundry event, with accumulated linens from the winter months being thoroughly washed, as warmer weather made outdoor drying practical again. Major feasts and celebrations called for clean linen, with households preparing by ensuring that their best items were freshly laundered. The rhythm of the year was partly a rhythm of laundry, with certain times marked by intensive cleaning activity. Religious symbolism permeated the culture of linen cleanliness. White linen was associated with purity, innocence, and heavenly virtue. Priests wore white linen albs as liturgical garments, symbolizing the purity appropriate to their sacred functions. The altar cloths that covered the most sacred surfaces in churches were white linen, maintained with particular care and laundered with special attention. Brides wore white to symbolize their virgin purity, a tradition that drew on the deep associations between white linen and moral cleanness. This religious symbolism reinforced the social importance of clean linen, while adding spiritual dimensions to what might otherwise seem merely practical concerns. Keeping one's linen clean was not just about hygiene or social respectability. It was about maintaining the purity that God expected of his creatures. Dirty linen was thus a minor moral failing as well as a social embarrassment, while clean white linen demonstrated virtue as well as wealth and diligence. The religious and social meanings of cleanliness reinforced each other, creating powerful incentives for maintaining linen hygiene even when resources were limited. The gradual evolution of undergarment styles reflected both practical considerations and the changing display functions of visible linen. Early medieval undergarments were relatively simple, basic shapes that covered the body without much elaboration. As the display of clean linen became more important, the visible portions became more elaborate, with gathered necklines, decorative stitching, and eventually the elaborate ruffs and lace trims of later periods. But the basic function remained constant. The undergarment was the layer that kept the body clean by absorbing its secretions, the washable interface between the permanent self and the changeable world. The technology of linen production and laundering also evolved over the medieval period, though gradually and unevenly. Improvements in loom technology made it possible to produce finer fabrics with more consistent quality. The development of professional textile finishing trades meant that fabrics could be processed to achieve desired characteristics of softness, absorbency, and appearance. Soap-making techniques improved, providing more effective cleaning agents. These technological developments didn't revolutionize medieval hygiene, but they contributed to gradual improvements in the quality and availability of the linen that was so central to cleanliness practices. As we reflect on the role of linen in medieval hygiene, we can appreciate both its ingenuity and its limitations. The linen-based hygiene system was a remarkably practical adaptation to circumstances where water bathing was difficult, providing a way to maintain cleanliness without the infrastructure, resources, and medical risks that bathing entailed. It worked reasonably well for those with sufficient linen and access to laundering, allowing them to stay clean by standards that, while different from modern expectations, were real and meaningful in their own context. At the same time, the system's dependence on resources meant that its benefits were unequally distributed. The wealthy could maintain impressive standards of linen cleanliness. The poor struggled to maintain any standards at all. This inequality in access to cleanliness was just one dimension of the broader inequalities that characterized medieval society, but it was a significant one, affecting daily comfort, social standing, and perhaps health outcomes as well. The history of medieval hygiene is thus also a history of medieval inequality, with cleanliness serving as both a marker and a mechanism of social stratification. With this understanding of how social class shaped hygiene practices and how linen served as a tool for cleanliness, we can now turn to explore other aspects of medieval personal care, from oral hygiene to the management of body odour to the eternal struggle against parasites that affected virtually everyone regardless of social standing. Now that we've explored how medieval people approached bathing and used clothing as a hygiene tool, let's address the elephant in the room, or perhaps more accurately, the smell in the room. Because here's the unavoidable truth. When you combine infrequent bathing with hard physical labour, limited ventilation, and the general challenges of pre-industrial life, you get body odour. Lots of it. Medieval people weren't oblivious to this reality. They knew they smelled, they knew everyone around them smelled, and they developed an impressive array of strategies for dealing with this aromatic challenge. The medieval approach to body odour was fundamentally different from our modern strategy. Today, we primarily fight odour by eliminating its source. We wash frequently, use antiperspirants to reduce sweating, and apply deodorants to kill or inhibit the bacteria that cause smell. Medieval people, working within their understanding of hygiene and their practical limitations, took a different approach. Instead of eliminating odour at the source, they focused primarily on masking it, covering unpleasant smells with more pleasant ones. This wasn't a failure of imagination. It was a practical adaptation to circumstances where source elimination was difficult or dangerous. The science of smell in medieval understanding was closely tied to the medical theories we discussed earlier. Remember that miasmas, or bad airs, were believed to cause disease. Foul smells were therefore not just unpleasant but potentially dangerous, warning signs of corrupt air that might carry illness. Conversely, pleasant smells were considered health-promoting, associated with pure air and wholesome conditions. The use of fragrant substances was thus not merely cosmetic but prophylactic, a genuine health practice that protected the body from the dangerous influences carried by bad air. This medical understanding gave the pursuit of pleasant fragrance a seriousness that we might not initially appreciate. When a medieval person carried a pomander filled with aromatic spices, they weren't just trying to smell nice. They believed they were actively protecting themselves from disease, creating a bubble of wholesome air around their nose that would shield them from the pestilential miasmas that surrounded them. The stakes were high, particularly during plague epidemics when the air itself seemed deadly. Fragrance was defense, not vanity. Let's begin our exploration of medieval scent management with the pomander, one of the most characteristic aromatic devices of the period. The word pomander derives from the French pomme d'ambre, meaning apple of amber, a reference to the ambergris that was one of the precious ingredients in early pomanders. These were small containers, typically spherical, designed to hold aromatic substances and be carried on the person. They could be worn on chains around the neck, attached to belts, or carried in the hand, providing a constant source of pleasant fragrance that could be sniffed whenever the surrounding air became too offensive. Early pomanders were solid spheres made from mixtures of aromatic substances bound together with wax or resin. The typical recipe might include ambergris, musk, civet, and various spices ground together and formed into a ball. These ingredients were expensive, making early pomanders luxury items available only to the wealthy. A nobleman might wear a pomander of precious materials while his servants breathed the common air unprotected. Yet another example of how hygiene resources were stratified by class. Over time, pomanders evolved into more elaborate devices. By the later medieval period and into the Renaissance, pomanders often took the form of metal containers, sometimes exquisitely crafted from gold or silver, designed to hold aromatic materials. Some were divided into sections like segments of an orange, each section containing a different aromatic substance. This allowed the user to choose their fragrance depending on mood or circumstance, rotating the pomander to open different compartments. The craftsmanship involved in making these devices could be extraordinary, with jeweled decorations and intricate metalwork making them works of art as well as functional objects. The aromatic substances used in pomanders varied widely depending on availability and budget. At the luxury end, ambergris remained highly prized. This waxy substance, produced in the digestive system of sperm whales and found floating on the ocean or washed up on shores, had a complex scent that was valued in its own right and also served to fix and extend other fragrances. Musk, obtained from the glands of musk deer, was another precious ingredient with a powerful, long-lasting scent. Civet, a secretion from the anal glands of civet cats, might sound unappealing, but in diluted form it had a pleasant musky quality that was highly valued in perfumery. For those who couldn't afford these exotic materials, more common aromatics could fill the pomander. Cloves were popular for their strong, pleasant scent and their perceived health benefits. Nutmeg, cinnamon, and other spices from the Eastern trade brought fragrance as well as flavour to medieval Europe. Dried orange peel, studded with cloves and left to cure, created a simple but effective pomander that even modest households might afford. The classic clove-studded orange that appears at Christmas in many cultures today is a direct descendant of medieval pomander practices. The use of pomanders extended beyond personal fragrance to intentional plague protection. During epidemic periods, people clutched their pomanders tightly, bringing them to their noses whenever they had to venture into areas where the air might be corrupt. Physicians visiting plague patients sometimes wore elaborate birdbeak masks stuffed with aromatic herbs, the ancestor of the iconic plague doctor image. The long beak kept the aromatic materials at a distance from the face, while still allowing the physician to breathe through them. theoretically filtering out the plague-carrying miasmas. Whether this actually worked is, unfortunately, a question with an obvious answer. It didn't. But the physicians believed it did, and that belief shaped their practices. Sachets offered another way to keep pleasant fragrances close to the body. These were simply small bags or pouches filled with dried aromatic materials, tucked into clothing, placed among linens, or hung in living spaces. Unlike pomanders, which were often visible accessories, sachets could be hidden, providing fragrance without display. A woman might tuck a sachet of lavender into her bodice, where the warmth of her body would release the fragrance throughout the day. Sachets placed among stored linens kept them smelling fresh, and also helped deter the insects that might otherwise make their homes in fabric. The contents of sachets varied enormously based on what was locally available and what the user could afford. Lavender was perhaps the most popular sachet filling throughout medieval Europe, growing readily in Mediterranean climates and valued for its calming scent as well as its insect-repelling properties. Rose petals, dried and sometimes mixed with other aromatics, brought their distinctive sweetness to sachets. Herbs like rosemary, thyme, and mint appeared in various combinations, their familiar kitchen scents doing double duty as personal fragrances. The preparation of sachet materials was often women's work, part of the household management skills expected of a competent wife and mother. Gathering herbs and flowers at the appropriate times, drying them properly, and combining them into effective mixtures required knowledge passed down through generations. Recipe books and household management manuals from the medieval period sometimes include instructions for preparing aromatic mixtures, suggesting the importance of these skills in domestic life. A well-stocked stillroom, the household workspace for such preparations, would contain dried herbs, spices, and the equipment needed to prepare various aromatic products. Beyond pomanders and sachets, medieval people used a variety of methods to perfume their persons and their environments. Strewing herbs on floors was a common practice, particularly in great households. Fresh or dried aromatic plants would be scattered on the floor covering, releasing their fragrance when walked upon. Common strewing herbs included meadowsweet, which had a pleasant almond-like scent, various mints, lavender and rosemary. As the herbs were crushed underfoot, they released their volatile oils, freshening the air and covering less pleasant smells. The practice also helped somewhat with pest control, as many aromatic herbs had insect-repelling properties. The floors being strewn were often covered with rushes, another aromatic practice with practical dimensions. Fresh rushes brought a pleasant grassy smell to interiors, and when mixed with aromatic herbs, they created a fragrant floor covering that was replaced periodically as it became soiled. The phrase, "not worth a rush," meaning something of little value, derives from this practice. Even the most humble floor covering was worth something, so something not worth a rush was worthless indeed. Burning aromatic substances was another way to perfume spaces and, importantly, to purify air. Incense, familiar from religious contexts, also served domestic purposes. Various woods, resins, and dried herbs could be burned to produce fragrant smoke that filled a room and, according to medieval understanding, drove out harmful influences. Juniper was particularly popular for this purpose, its sharp, clean scent considered especially effective at purifying air. During plague times, bonfires of aromatic woods might be lit in city streets in attempts to cleanse the air of pestilential miasmas, though unsurprisingly, this had no effect on disease transmission. Perfumed waters offered a more directly personal form of fragrance. Rosewater was perhaps the most common, made by distilling rose petals to capture their essential oils. This fragrant water could be used to rinse the face and hands, added to the basin used for washing, or applied directly to the skin as a perfume. Other flowers and herbs could be processed similarly, creating waters of lavender, orange blossom, or various herbs that served both hygienic and cosmetic purposes. The production of these distilled waters required equipment and knowledge that not everyone possessed. Distillation, the process of heating a liquid to vapour and then condensing it back to liquid, was known in medieval Europe partly through the Arabic alchemical tradition. Wealthy households might own distillation equipment, or they might purchase prepared waters from apothecaries or specialised producers. The waters themselves were relatively affordable once produced, making them accessible to a broader range of people than the exotic pomander ingredients that only the wealthy could afford. Vinegar deserves special attention in our discussion of medieval aromatic practices because it served multiple purposes related to both hygiene and scent. Medieval people used vinegar extensively, both as a cleaning agent and as a personal care product. The acetic acid in vinegar has genuine antiseptic properties, which medieval users probably observed empirically even without understanding the mechanism. Vinegar cleaned surfaces, treated wounds, and served as a facial toner that was believed to tighten the skin and improve the complexion. For scent management, vinegar offered an interesting approach. Rather than simply masking odours with pleasant fragrances, vinegar could actually neutralise some odour-causing compounds. A splash of vinegar on the skin, perhaps followed by application of a more pleasant fragrance, provided more effective odour control than fragrance masking alone. Aromatic vinegars, infused with herbs and spices, combined the odour-neutralising properties of vinegar with added pleasant scents, creating products that were both functional and fragrant. The famous Four Thieves vinegar emerged from plague-time practices according to legend. The story goes that during a plague epidemic, 4 thieves were able to rob plague victims' homes with impunity because they had protected themselves with a special vinegar preparation. When caught, they were offered clemency in exchange for their secret recipe. Whether this story is true or apocryphal, it reflects the belief that aromatic preparations, particularly vinegar-based ones, could protect against disease. The recipe typically included various aromatic herbs and spices steeped in vinegar, creating a pungent preparation that was used both externally and internally. Medieval approaches to what we would now call deodorant were less developed than their methods for general fragrance, but they existed. The concept that specific products should be applied to prevent or mask underarm odour was not as central to medieval hygiene as it is to ours, partly because the voluminous clothing of the period helped contain body odours within garments rather than releasing them to the surrounding air. Nevertheless, people were aware that certain body areas produced stronger odours, and some addressed this directly. Alum, a naturally occurring mineral salt, was known to have astringent and odour-reducing properties. Applied to the underarms or other sweaty areas, alum could help reduce perspiration and the odours that accompanied it. This is essentially the same principle behind some modern natural deodorants that use mineral salts instead of aluminum compounds. Medieval users might have known from experience that alum reduced body odour without understanding exactly why. Rosewater and other fragrant waters could be applied to the body as what we might now call body spray, providing a layer of pleasant fragrance over whatever natural odours the body produced. People might splash these waters on their skin after washing, or apply them throughout the day as refreshers. The practice was more common among those who could afford to purchase or produce these waters regularly, but it wasn't limited to the wealthy. Even a modest household might maintain some supply of fragrant water for special occasions. Herbs and aromatics could be tucked directly into clothing to provide fragrance close to the body. A sprig of lavender or rosemary might be placed inside a garment, releasing its scent with body heat throughout the day. This was essentially a simpler, more direct version of the sachet, requiring no preparation beyond obtaining the aromatic material and placing it appropriately. The practice was accessible to virtually anyone who had access to aromatic plants, which in a largely agricultural society meant most people. The gendered dimensions of medieval fragrance practices deserve some attention. While both men and women used aromatic products, there were differences in how these products were perceived and used. Some fragrances were considered more appropriate for women, including floral scents like rose and violet. Others were considered more masculine, including musky and spicy notes. These gender associations weren't as rigid as they would later become, but they existed and influenced perfume choices. Women were expected to be more attentive to their personal fragrance than men, reflecting broader cultural expectations about feminine modesty and appeal. A well-bred lady was expected to smell pleasantly, and achieving this was part of her daily preparation. Men's fragrance use was less elaborated, though wealthy men certainly used perfumes and carried pomanders. The elaborate perfume culture that would later develop in places like Versailles was building on medieval foundations, but medieval masculine fragrance practices were generally simpler than their feminine equivalents. Religious contexts influenced fragrance use in complex ways. On one hand, the Church sometimes criticized excessive attention to personal appearance as vanity, and this criticism could extend to elaborate perfume use. On the other hand, incense and other aromatic substances were central to religious worship, creating positive associations between fragrance and holiness. The contradiction was never fully resolved. Fragrance was both potentially sinful when used for personal vanity and sacred when used in religious contexts. The trade in aromatic substances connected medieval Europe to the wider world. Many of the most valued aromatics, including frankincense, myrrh, pepper, cinnamon, and cloves came from distant lands in Africa, Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia. The spice trade that brought these materials to European markets was one of the great economic enterprises of the medieval world, driving exploration and eventually colonization. When a medieval European sniffed their pomander, they were inhaling the products of a vast commercial network that stretched across continents. This trade made aromatics expensive, adding luxury value to fragrance in ways that reinforced class distinctions. The wealthy could afford rare and imported aromatics. The poor made do with local herbs and plants. The scent a person wore thus communicated their social standing as clearly as their clothing or jewellery. A whiff of exotic musk announced wealth and status, while the simpler scent of local lavender suggested more modest circumstances. The preservation and storage of aromatic materials required some care and knowledge. Many aromatics lost their potency over time, as their volatile oils evaporated or degraded. Proper storage in sealed containers, away from light and heat, could extend the useful life of these materials. Households with significant investments in aromatics would store them carefully, just as they would protect any other valuable possession. The household still room mentioned earlier was the centre of aromatic production in many homes. This dedicated space might contain distillation equipment, drying racks for herbs, storage containers for prepared materials, and the accumulated knowledge of generations in the form of recipe books or oral tradition. The lady of a wealthy household might spend considerable time in her still room, preparing the aromatic products that her family would use throughout the year. This work was considered appropriate for women of high status, a combination of practical necessity and domestic accomplishment. Let's consider some specific recipes and preparations that appear in medieval sources. One common preparation was Hungary water, one of the first alcohol-based perfumes in Europe. Legend attributed its creation to Queen Elizabeth of Hungary in the 14th century, who supposedly received the recipe from a hermit or an angel, depending on which version of the story you prefer. The preparation involved distilling rosemary with alcohol, creating a fragrant liquid that could be applied to the skin or added to bath water. It was believed to have youth-preserving properties, which probably explains why it was associated with a queen. Another popular preparation was gillyflower water, made from carnations or pinks. These flowers, called gillyflowers in medieval English, had a pleasant, spicy sweet scent that was highly valued. The flowers could be distilled to create a fragrant water, or they could be steeped in wine or vinegar to transfer their fragrance to the liquid. Gillyflower water might be used for washing, as a perfume, or even as a flavouring for food and drink. For those who couldn't afford elaborate preparations, simple methods could still provide some fragrance. Rubbing fresh herbs directly on the skin transferred their scent, at least temporarily. Chewing aromatic herbs or spices freshened the breath, a form of oral hygiene we'll discuss more in the next chapter. Sleeping on pillows stuffed with dried lavender or hops brought fragrance to the bedroom and was believed to promote restful sleep. These simple practices required no special equipment or expensive ingredients, making them accessible to virtually everyone. The connection between fragrance and medicine remained strong throughout the medieval period. Aromatic substances appeared frequently in medical recipes, both for internal consumption and external application. The same herbs and spices that provided pleasant scents were also believed to have therapeutic properties. Lavender was thought to calm the nerves. Rosemary was supposed to strengthen memory. Mint aided digestion. These associations meant that using aromatic products was not just about smelling nice, but also about maintaining health. Apothecaries, the ancestors of modern pharmacists, were important suppliers of aromatic products. Their shops sold not only medicines, but also perfumes, cosmetics, and aromatic preparations of various kinds. The line between medicine and cosmetics was blurry in medieval practice, and apothecaries served both markets. A customer might purchase both a treatment for a cough and a perfumed water to improve their complexion, seeing no contradiction between these purchases. The bathing practices we discussed earlier influenced how fragrance was used. When people did bathe, aromatic substances often played a role in the process. Herbs might be added to the bath water, both for fragrance and for their supposed health benefits. After bathing, when the pores were open and supposedly more receptive, fragrant waters might be applied to the skin. The post-bath recovery period, with its vulnerability to environmental influences, might be spent in rooms that had been fumigated with aromatic smoke to ensure the quality of the air. Bed linens and clothing stored with aromatic sachets not only smelled pleasant, but were also believed to receive some of the beneficial properties of the aromatics. Sleeping in sheets that had been stored with lavender meant not just pleasant scent, but also the calming, sleep-promoting properties that lavender was thought to impart. Wearing clothing stored with rose sachets brought not just fragrance, but also the warming, heart-strengthening properties associated with roses. The boundaries between fragrance, hygiene, medicine, and spiritual practice were fluid in medieval thinking. The psychological effects of fragrance, which modern science has validated to some degree, were certainly recognized in the medieval period. Pleasant scents were known to improve mood, calm anxiety, and create pleasant associations with people and places. The deliberate manipulation of scent to create atmosphere was practiced in both domestic and public settings. A lord's great hall might be perfumed with strewing herbs and burning aromatics to create an impressive and welcoming environment for guests. A lady's private chamber might be scented with more delicate florals appropriate to a feminine space. The role of scent in romantic and sexual contexts was also recognized, though discussed with varying degrees of directness depending on the social and religious context. Particular fragrances were associated with sexual attraction, and wearing these might signal availability or interest. The musk-based scents derived from animal sources, with their connections to animal sexuality, were particularly associated with erotic contexts. More delicate floral scents might be considered more appropriate for modest women, while stronger, more animal-derived scents might suggest less modest intentions. The contrast between the elaborate fragrance practices of the wealthy and the limited options available to the poor reinforced class distinctions that permeated every aspect of medieval life. A peasant might smell of the fields they worked in, the animals they tended, and their own unwashed body with perhaps a sprig of mint or lavender providing the only fragrant note. A noble might be surrounded by clouds of exotic perfume from their pomander, their clothes stored with expensive sachets, their chambers fumigated with imported aromatics. The difference was immediately perceptible to anyone with a functioning nose, which is to say, everyone. This olfactory class distinction had practical implications for social interactions. The wealthy could tolerate close contact with their equals because they smelled similarly pleasant, but close contact with those of lower status might be literally offensive to their senses. The physical distance that separated social classes was reinforced by the sensory experience of being near people from different backgrounds. You could smell someone's social status before you could see their clothing or hear their speech. The gradual increase in perfume use over the medieval period, reaching its heights in the early modern era, represented not just changing fashion, but changing material circumstances. As trade routes expanded and became more reliable, exotic aromatics became more available. As wealth concentrated in commercial cities, more people had the resources to purchase fragrant products. As bathing declined due to plague fears, the need for alternative methods of smelling acceptable increased. All of these factors combined to make the late medieval and early modern periods a golden age of European perfumery. Yet we shouldn't imagine that medieval people lived in a perpetual cloud of pleasant fragrance. The aromatic products they used were expensive, even the relatively affordable ones. They were applied sparingly and on special occasions rather than constantly. The fragrance of a pomander or sachet faded over hours, requiring refreshment that wasn't always possible. The underlying reality of body odour, animal smells, waste smells, and general environmental unpleasantness remained, imperfectly masked by whatever aromatic measures people could afford. The modern visitor transported back to medieval times would probably notice the smell before anything else. Our noses, accustomed to the relatively sanitized olfactory environment of modern life, with its chemical air fresheners and constant removal of natural odors, would be overwhelmed by the medieval sensory experience. But medieval people, accustomed from birth to their olfactory environment, probably didn't experience it as we would. What seems unbearable to us was simply normal to them, the background against which they lived their lives and conducted their business. This adaptation is worth remembering when we think about medieval hygiene generally. People adapt to their circumstances, developing tolerance for conditions that outsiders find intolerable. Medieval people weren't suffering continuously from their own smell. They were living normal lives in an environment that differed from ours in many ways, including olfactory. Their aromatic practices weren't desperate attempts to escape unbearable conditions, but normal aspects of personal care within their cultural context. As we prepare to explore other aspects of medieval personal care, including oral hygiene and the constant battle against parasites, We carry with us this understanding of the central role that fragrance played in medieval life. It was never just about smelling nice. It was about health, about status, about relationships, about spiritual purity, and about navigating a sensory environment that differed profoundly from our own. The medieval nose experienced a world we can only imagine, and medieval people developed sophisticated practices for managing that experience within the limits of their understanding and resources. Let's delve deeper into some of the specific aromatic materials that medieval people relied upon, because understanding these ingredients helps us appreciate both the ingenuity and the limitations of medieval scent management. The world of medieval aromatics was remarkably diverse, drawing on local herbs and flowers, imported spices and resins, and even some substances that might surprise or disturb modern sensibilities. Among the locally available aromatics, lavender held a position of particular importance. This purple-flowered plant grew readily in Mediterranean climates and was cultivated throughout southern Europe. Its name derives from the Latin lavar, meaning to wash, reflecting its long association with cleanliness and bathing. Lavender's clean, slightly medicinal scent was considered both pleasant and healthful, making it suitable for a wide range of applications. It was believed to calm the nerves, promote sleep, repel insects, and purify the air, a remarkably versatile plant that earned its central place in medieval aromatic practice. The harvesting and processing of lavender was a significant activity in regions where it grew. Flowers were gathered when fully open, typically in summer, and dried carefully to preserve their volatile oils. Dried lavender could be used as is in sachets and strewing, or it could be processed further to extract its essential oil through distillation. The oil was more concentrated and longer lasting than dried flowers, but it was also more expensive to produce. Most households used dried lavender directly, reserving the precious oil for special applications. Rosemary was another Mediterranean native that played important roles in medieval aromatic culture. This evergreen shrub with its needle-like leaves had a distinctive, somewhat resinous scent that was associated with memory and mental clarity. Students were sometimes advised to wear rosemary to help them study, and the herb appeared at both weddings and funerals as a symbol of remembrance. Its practical applications included strewing, sachet making, and the preparation of various waters and vinegars. Rosemary was also believed to have preservative properties, which is why it appeared in preparations designed to protect stored goods. Mint in its various forms, including spearmint, peppermint, and pennyroyal, provided cooling, fresh scents that were valued for their invigorating properties. Mint was easy to grow and spread vigorously, making it available to even modest households. Its strong scent was believed to clear the head and settle the stomach, and mint-based preparations were used both medicinally and cosmetically. The freshness of mint made it particularly suitable for breath freshening, a practice we'll discuss more when we turn to oral hygiene. Thyme, another Mediterranean herb, contributed its warm, slightly medicinal scent to medieval aromatic mixtures. The name derives from the Greek word for courage, and thyme was associated with bravery and strength. Knights might be given thyme-scented favours by their ladies, carrying the protective scent into battle. More practically, thyme was believed to have antiseptic properties, which may have been observed empirically even without understanding of its actual antimicrobial compounds. Thyme appeared in strewing mixtures, sachets, and various medicinal preparations. Sage, with its slightly dusty, warm scent, was valued for its associations with wisdom and longevity. The very name means to save, or to heal, reflecting ancient beliefs in its health-promoting properties. Medieval households might burn sage to purify rooms, particularly after illness, believing that its smoke would drive out harmful influences. Sage tea was consumed for various ailments, and the herb appeared in aromatic preparations intended to preserve mental acuity into old age. Beyond these common herbs, the medieval aromatic palette included many other locally available plants. Meadowsweet, with its almond-like sweetness, was a favourite strewing herb, so popular that its old name was Queen of the Meadow. Woodruff brought a pleasant hay-like scent when dried. Chamomile offered apple-scented calming. Tansy, with its sharp, somewhat camphor-like scent, was believed to repel insects and was used both in strewing and in preservation of foods. Each region had its own preferred aromatics based on what grew locally, creating subtle geographic variations in the scent of daily life. The imported aromatics that reached Europe through long-distance trade represented luxury and exoticism. These substances came from lands that most Europeans would never see. carried across deserts and oceans by chains of merchants who added their markups at each stage. The high prices of these materials reflected not just their rarity, but the dangers and difficulties of the trade that brought them to European markets. Frankincense and myrrh, the famous gifts of the Magi, were resins collected from trees in Arabia and East Africa. When burned, they produced the distinctive smoke that permeated religious spaces throughout the Christian world. But these sacred substances also had secular applications. Wealthy households might burn frankincense to perfume their rooms, and both resins appeared in various medicinal preparations. The association with religious worship gave these substances a sanctity that elevated their use above mere cosmetic concern. Cloves, the dried flower buds of a tree native to Indonesia, packed remarkable aromatic punch in their small form. A single clove could perfume a room when heated, and a handful could transform a simple orange into a lasting pomander. Cloves were also believed to have dental benefits, their numbing properties providing relief from toothache. The spice trade that brought cloves to Europe was one of the great commercial enterprises of the era, driving exploration and eventually the colonial conquests that would reshape the world. Cinnamon came from Sri Lanka and other Asian sources, its warm sweetness valued in both cooking and perfumery. The bark of the cinnamon tree could be burned as incense, incorporated into pomander mixtures, or distilled into aromatic waters. Medieval Europeans used cinnamon more liberally than might be expected, both because it was prestigious and because its warm scent suited the medieval taste for complex, spicy fragrances. Pepper, while primarily a culinary spice, also had aromatic applications. Black pepper's warm, slightly sharp scent appeared in some perfume mixtures and medicinal preparations. Its value was such that it served sometimes as currency, with rents and taxes payable in peppercorns. The modern phrase peppercorn rent, meaning a nominal payment, reminds us of a time when pepper was precious enough to serve as money. Ginger, cardamom, nutmeg, and mace rounded out the spice trade's contribution to medieval aromatics. Each had its distinctive scent profile and its supposed health benefits. These spices appeared in various combinations in pomanders, sachets, and aromatic preparations, their exotic origins adding to their prestige and perceived power. The animal-derived aromatics that featured prominently in medieval perfumery might disturb modern sensibilities, but they were highly valued in their time. These substances typically came from the scent glands or secretions of various animals, and their strong, musky odours were believed to have both attractive and protective properties. Ambergris, mentioned earlier, was perhaps the most mysterious of these substances. Produced in the intestines of sperm whales, possibly as a response to irritation from squid beaks, ambergris was found floating on the ocean or washed up on beaches. Fresh ambergris smelled foul, but aged material developed a complex, pleasant odour that was highly valued in perfumery. Its rarity and mysterious origins made it extremely expensive, a luxury affordable only to the wealthy. Musk came from glands of the male musk deer, found in the mountains of Central Asia. Obtaining the musk required killing the deer, making it an inherently limited and expensive resource. The scent of musk was powerful and long-lasting, with complex notes that included both animal and floral qualities. Musk was believed to have aphrodisiac properties, making it particularly appropriate for romantic contexts. Civet was a secretion from glands near the anal region of civet cats, which might sound unappealing until you learn that in diluted form it actually has a pleasant, warm, musky quality. Civet cats could be kept in captivity, and their secretions harvested without killing them, making civets somewhat more available than musk. The substance was used primarily as a fixative in perfumery, helping to stabilize and extend other fragrances. Castoreum, from the castor sacs of beavers, had both medicinal and aromatic applications. Its leather-like scent appeared in various preparations, and it was believed to have therapeutic properties for conditions ranging from headaches to hysteria. Obtaining castoreum required killing beavers, and European beaver populations declined significantly during the medieval period, partly due to hunting for this substance. These animal-derived aromatics trouble modern sensibilities, and rightly so. They often involved animal suffering, and the trade in them contributed to population declines of several species. But understanding their role in medieval perfumery helps us appreciate the complexity of the medieval aromatic world and the lengths to which people would go to obtain substances they believed were valuable. The preparation of complex aromatic mixtures required skill and knowledge that might be passed down through families or learned through apprenticeship. Professional perfumers in larger cities made their living creating and selling fragrant products, building reputations for the quality of their work. But amateur preparation was also common, with household still rooms producing sachets, waters, and other aromatic preparations for family use. A typical household aromatic recipe might combine dried rose petals with lavender flowers, add some crushed cloves and a piece of orris root, from the iris plant used as a fixative, and perhaps incorporate a few drops of rosewater to moisten the mixture. This would be sewn into small fabric bags and distributed throughout the household, tucked into linen storage, placed under pillows, and carried in pockets. The specific recipe would vary by household, with each cook or stillroom mistress having her preferred combinations. More elaborate preparations required distillation equipment, which was available in wealthy households and from apothecaries. Distillation allowed the extraction of essential oils from plant materials, concentrating their fragrance into small quantities of powerful aromatic liquid. A skilled distiller could produce rose oil, lavender oil, and various fragrant waters that had many times the potency of the raw plant materials. These concentrated products were correspondingly valuable and were used sparingly. The social occasions at which fragrance played particularly important roles deserve attention. Weddings were perfumed affairs, with aromatic flowers and herbs decorating the spaces and worn by the participants. The bride might carry a bouquet of fragrant flowers and wear sachets sewn into her clothing. The wedding bed would be prepared with fresh aromatic herbs strewn on the linens, creating a fragrant environment for the consummation of the marriage. Funerals also made heavy use of aromatics, for both symbolic and practical reasons. The scent of incense and fragrant flowers helped mask the smell of the deceased body, particularly in warm weather when decomposition proceeded quickly. Symbolically, sweet fragrances were associated with the sweetness of heaven, suggesting the soul's passage to a better place. Rosemary appeared at funerals as a symbol of remembrance, and mourners might carry pomanders or nosegays to help them endure the difficult sensory aspects of proximity to death. Religious festivals brought fragrance to public spaces in concentrated form. Christmas, Easter, and other major celebrations might see churches elaborately decorated with aromatic greenery and filled with clouds of incense smoke. The sensory richness of these occasions was intentional, creating experiences that engaged all the senses in worship. The association between pleasant fragrance and sacred space was continually reinforced through these celebrations. Seasonal variations affected the availability and use of aromatics. Summer brought fresh flowers and herbs that could be used immediately or dried for later use. The harvest of lavender and other key aromatics occurred during warm months, making late summer a busy time for those responsible for a household's aromatic preparations. Winter relied more heavily on stored dried materials and on imported spices that were available year-round. The scent of Christmas celebrations, heavy with cloves and cinnamon, reflected the seasonal reliance on preserved and imported aromatics. The urban-rural divide affected aromatic practices as in so many other aspects of medieval life. Urban dwellers had access to apothecaries and markets where aromatic products could be purchased ready-made. They also lived in closer proximity to their neighbours and to urban smells, creating greater need for personal fragrance measures. Rural people had easier access to fresh herbs and flowers, but less access to imported spices and professional preparations. Their aromatic practices tended to be simpler, relying on local materials processed in household settings. The legacy of medieval aromatic practices continues to influence modern perfumery and aromatherapy. Many of the same materials that medieval people valued remain important in contemporary fragrance, from lavender and rose to frankincense and sandalwood. The concepts of perfume as both cosmetic and therapeutic, of fragrance as tied to social status and personal identity, of aromatic substances as having effects on health and mood, all have their roots in medieval practice. When we spray on perfume or light a scented candle, we participate in traditions that stretch back through centuries of human effort to make ourselves and our environment smell better. Let's consider some of the more unusual aromatic practices that appear in medieval sources, because these give us insight into just how creative people could be when addressing the challenge of unpleasant odours. Some of these practices might seem bizarre to modern sensibilities, but they made perfect sense within the medieval understanding of how smells worked and what caused them. One interesting practice involved the use of scented gloves. Leather gloves, particularly those made from the skins of young animals, could absorb and retain fragrance remarkably well. Wealthy individuals might have their gloves perfumed with expensive aromatic mixtures, creating a subtle but constant source of pleasant fragrance at the level of their hands. When gesturing, greeting others, or simply going about daily activities, these perfumed gloves release their scent, contributing to the wearer's aromatic presence. The phrase "handling with kid gloves," meaning to treat something gently, derives from these soft, often perfumed leather accessories. Scented shoes and boots also appeared among the wealthy. The interior of footwear could be treated with aromatic substances, helping to mask the inevitable foot odour that developed, particularly in an era before synthetic fabrics and modern foot care. Rose water might be sprinkled inside shoes, or sachets of aromatic materials might be tucked into stored footwear to keep them fresh. The leather itself might be treated during the tanning process with aromatic compounds that imparted lasting fragrance. Hair care involved aromatic elements that served both cosmetic and hygienic purposes. The hair, like the rest of the body, was not washed as frequently as modern practice would suggest. Between washings, aromatic powders might be applied to absorb oils and provide fragrance. These powders often contained orris root, a fragrant material derived from iris rhizomes, along with other aromatic ingredients. The hair might also be dressed with fragrant oils or pomades that provided scent along with styling hold. Combing the hair with combs that had been treated with aromatic substances helped distribute fragrance throughout the length of the hair. The bedroom was a particular focus of aromatic attention. Sleep was understood to be a vulnerable time, when the body was relaxed and open to environmental influences. Creating a healthful aromatic environment for sleep was therefore considered especially important. Mattresses might be stuffed with aromatic herbs, particularly lavender or hops, which were believed to promote restful sleep. Bed curtains, drawn closed at night for warmth and privacy, might be treated with fragrant substances that created an aromatic enclosure around the sleeper. The morning ritual of airing the bed and room helped refresh these aromatic elements and prepare the space for the day's activities. Correspondence and important documents were sometimes scented, either by storing them with aromatic materials or by directly applying fragrant substances. A love letter might carry the scent of its sender, adding a sensory dimension to the written message. Official documents might be stored with aromatics that helped preserve them, while also adding a note of importance and formality to their presentation. The association between pleasant fragrance and value extended even to paper and parchment. The storage of valuable fabrics and clothing always involved aromatic elements. Expensive garments represented significant investment and needed to be protected from the insects that might damage them. Aromatic materials, many of which had insect-repelling properties, served this protective function while also keeping stored items smelling fresh. A noble's wardrobe would have been filled with sachets and pomanders, the door opening to release a cloud of complex fragrance that spoke of wealth and careful management. Personal jewellery could incorporate aromatic elements beyond simple pomanders. Rings might have small compartments for aromatic materials. Necklaces might include beads made from solidified aromatic mixtures. Even functional items like rosaries could be made from aromatic materials, the beads releasing fragrance as they were handled during prayer. The integration of fragrance into personal adornment reflected its importance in medieval self-presentation. The practice of wearing fresh flowers, which seemed simply decorative to modern eyes, had aromatic functions as well. A nosegay, or small bouquet of fragrant flowers, might be carried throughout the day, held to the nose when passing through particularly malodorous areas. Women might wear flowers in their hair or pinned to their clothing, the natural fragrance contributing to their overall aromatic presence. The specific flowers chosen communicated meaning beyond mere scent, with different blooms associated with different virtues, emotions, and social messages. The transition between seasons required adjustment of aromatic practices to match changing conditions. Summer heat intensified both body odour and environmental smells, requiring more aggressive aromatic measures. The heavier, spicier fragrances appropriate for winter gave way to lighter, fresher scents as the weather warmed. This seasonal adjustment of personal fragrance anticipated the modern practice of wearing different perfumes in different seasons, though medieval people probably thought of it more in terms of adjusting to changing humoral conditions than aesthetic preference. The medieval management of scent reveals people doing their best with available resources to address a real challenge: how to smell acceptable in a world where bathing was difficult and environmental odours were often unpleasant. Their solutions were ingenious within their limitations, drawing on local and imported materials, traditional knowledge and innovative preparations to create a culture of fragrance that pervaded every aspect of life. Understanding this culture helps us appreciate medieval people not as grimy unfortunates to be pitied, but as sophisticated inhabitants of a different sensory world, navigating its challenges with skill and creativity. The aromatic world of medieval Europe was thus rich, complex, and deeply integrated into every aspect of daily life. From the pomander dangling at a noble's belt to the strewing herbs crushed underfoot in a peasant's cottage, from the incense rising in cathedral naves to the sachets tucked among stored linens, fragrance was everywhere, serving functions that range from the purely practical to the deeply symbolic. Modern people, living in our deodorized, air-conditioned environments, can barely imagine the intensity and importance of the medieval olfactory experience. But understanding it helps us appreciate both the challenges our ancestors faced and the creativity with which they addressed those challenges. Now that we've explored how medieval people managed body odor through aromatic practices, let's turn our attention to another aspect of personal hygiene that most of us take for granted today: dental care. If you've ever winced at the thought of visiting your modern dentist with their sterile equipment, numbing agents, and carefully controlled environment, you might want to brace yourself. Medieval dental care was, shall we say, somewhat less refined. But before we dive into the occasionally cringe-worthy world of medieval tooth care, let's acknowledge something important. Medieval people absolutely did care about their teeth and made genuine efforts to maintain them. The results weren't always pretty, but the intention was there. The medieval mouth faced challenges that modern mouths largely don't. The diet was different, with less refined sugar but more coarse, gritty foods that wore down tooth enamel through simple, mechanical abrasion. The flour used to make bread often contained particles of stone from the grinding process, essentially adding sandpaper to every meal. Dental care was limited to what people could do for themselves, or what they could obtain from practitioners whose understanding of dental problems was incomplete at best. And when things went wrong, when a tooth became infected or painful beyond endurance, the available solutions were considerably more dramatic than a filling or a root canal. Let's start with the daily maintenance practices that medieval people used to care for their teeth. The concept of cleaning teeth was well established, even if the methods differed from modern brushing. The most basic tool for tooth cleaning was the chewing stick, a simple twig from an appropriate tree that was chewed on one end to create a fibrous brush-like surface. This frayed end could then be rubbed against the teeth to remove food particles and debris. It was simple, it was cheap, and it actually worked reasonably well for basic cleaning. The choice of wood for chewing sticks mattered considerably. Not just any twig would do. Certain trees were preferred for their flavour, their fibrous qualities, or their believed medicinal properties. Hazel was popular in many parts of Europe, providing a reasonably pleasant chewing experience. Willow, containing compounds related to aspirin, might have provided some pain relief for sore gums. Licorice root was valued for its pleasant flavour and its reputation for strengthening teeth. The specific preferences varied by region depending on what trees were locally available, but the basic practice of using wooden sticks to clean teeth was widespread. In some regions, particularly those with connections to Islamic culture, the miswak or siwak was known and used. This tooth-cleaning stick, traditionally made from the Salvadora persica tree, had been used in the Middle East for thousands of years and was recommended by Islamic religious tradition. The miswak actually contains natural antibacterial compounds that provide genuine dental benefits, which medieval users might have observed empirically even without understanding the mechanism. In Spain, where Christian and Islamic cultures intersected, the miswak was known and sometimes adopted by Christian populations impressed by its effectiveness. Beyond chewing sticks, medieval people used various substances to clean their teeth, the ancestors of modern toothpaste. These tooth powders and pastes were rubbed onto the teeth with fingers, cloths, or the aforementioned chewing sticks to provide additional cleaning action. The recipes for these preparations varied enormously, from simple single-ingredient mixtures to elaborate compounds containing dozens of components. Charcoal, crushed eggshells provided another source of gentle abrasive material. The calcium carbonate in eggshells, when finely ground, creates a slightly gritty powder that can help scrub teeth without being too harsh on enamel. Some medieval tooth powder recipes combined eggshells with other ingredients to create compound preparations that promised various benefits. The shells had to be thoroughly cleaned and very finely ground to work well. Nobody wanted to be picking actual shell fragments out of their teeth. Salt was another common tooth cleaning ingredient, valued for its slight abrasiveness and its perceived purifying properties. Salt solutions might be used as mouthwash, or salt might be mixed with other ingredients in tooth powders. The taste wasn't particularly pleasant, but the cleaning action was real. Medieval people using salt to clean their teeth were employing a practice that some natural dentistry advocates still recommend today. Herbs and aromatics frequently appeared in tooth cleaning preparations, serving both to improve flavour and to provide perceived medicinal benefits. Sage was particularly popular, believed to strengthen teeth and gums. Mint provided fresh flavour and was thought to help with breath. Rosemary, cloves and cinnamon appeared in various recipes, their strong flavours masking the less pleasant taste of other ingredients, while contributing their own supposed benefits. A well-made medieval tooth powder might actually have tasted reasonably pleasant, though admittedly by medieval rather than modern standards. More exotic ingredients appeared in some recipes, particularly those intended for wealthy clients who could afford premium products. Powdered pearls, ground coral, and crushed precious stones occasionally appeared in high-end dental preparations, their value presumably translating to superior tooth-cleaning power, at least in the minds of those selling these products. Whether they actually worked better than simple charcoal and salt is highly questionable, but they certainly cost more, which in medieval as in modern times was often equated with superior quality. Some tooth-cleaning ingredients that appeared in medieval recipes seem positively alarming to modern sensibilities. Pumice, the volcanic stone, appeared in some preparations, providing abrasive action that was probably too harsh for regular use. Burnt alum, ground brick dust and other intensely abrasive materials could certainly remove stains but also removed enamel in the process. The line between cleaning teeth and grinding them down was not always clearly understood, and some medieval tooth preparations probably did more harm than good. The concept of fresh breath was important in medieval culture, perhaps even more so than today given the close quarters in which people often lived and worked. Bad breath was noticed and commented upon, and various remedies were employed to improve oral odour. Chewing aromatic herbs and spices was the most straightforward approach. Cloves, mentioned earlier in our discussion of aromatics, were particularly valued for their breath-freshening properties. Chewing a clove or two after meals became a common practice among those who could afford the imported spice. Parsley, readily available in European herb gardens, was chewed to freshen breath, a practice that persists in modern times as the decorative sprig on restaurant plates that almost nobody actually eats. Fennel seeds, anise seeds, and other aromatic plant materials served similar purposes. The medieval diner who wanted to make a good impression after a meal had various options for ensuring their breath wouldn't offend. Mouthwashes of various kinds supplemented tooth cleaning and breath freshening. Wine or vinegar-based rinses were common, sometimes infused with herbs or spices for additional effect. The acidity of these rinses may have helped kill some bacteria, though medieval users wouldn't have understood this mechanism. Honey-based preparations also appeared, their sweetness perhaps counteracting the harsh taste of other ingredients. Some recipes called for rinsing with urine, which sounds disgusting but actually has some scientific basis. The ammonia in aged urine does have antibacterial properties. We can only hope this practice wasn't widespread, though historical evidence suggests it was at least known. Despite these preventive measures, dental problems were common in the medieval population. Cavities, gum disease, abscesses, and tooth loss affected people of all social classes, though as usual, the wealthy had better access to care and treatment. When prevention failed and dental problems developed, medieval people had to seek help from practitioners whose methods ranged from mildly effective to genuinely horrifying. The primary dental care provider in medieval Europe was the barber. Yes, the same profession that cut hair also pulled teeth, along with performing various other medical procedures including bloodletting and minor surgery. The barber's shop was the medieval equivalent of a one-stop shop for personal grooming and basic medical care, a combination that makes more sense when you remember that both haircutting and tooth pulling required similar skills: steady hands, sharp instruments, and a certain comfort with causing some pain in service of a desired outcome. The barber surgeon, as the more medically oriented practitioners were known, occupied a curious position in medieval society. They weren't physicians, who were university educated and dealt with internal medicine through diagnosis and prescription. They were manual workers, craftsmen whose skills lay in doing things with their hands rather than in learned knowledge. This lower status meant that barber surgeons were more accessible to ordinary people, both in terms of location. They maintained shops in cities and towns, and in terms of cost, their services were cheaper than those of physicians. Tooth extraction was the most common dental procedure, essentially the default solution for any serious tooth problem. A medieval barber didn't have the equipment or knowledge to fill a cavity or perform a root canal. What they could do was remove the offending tooth, ending the pain by eliminating its source. The phrase pulling teeth as a metaphor for something difficult and unpleasant derives from the genuine difficulty and unpleasantness of medieval tooth extraction. The tools used for tooth extraction were simple but effective. The dental pelican, named for its resemblance to a pelican's beak, was a common extraction instrument. It featured a curved claw that hooked over the tooth, while a fulcrum rested against the adjacent gum, allowing the barber to lever the tooth out of its socket. The dental key, developed later in the medieval period, worked on a similar principle, providing mechanical advantage to extract even firmly rooted teeth. These instruments required skill to use properly, skill that varied considerably among practitioners. The experience of having a tooth extracted in medieval times was not for the faint of heart. There was no effective anesthesia, no numbing injection to dull the pain. Some practitioners might offer alcohol to drink beforehand, dulling the senses and making the patient more compliant, but this wasn't true anesthesia. Others might apply various substances to the gum that were believed to reduce pain, including clove oil, which actually does have some numbing properties. But fundamentally, tooth extraction was a painful process that patients endured because the pain of extraction was less than the ongoing pain of a diseased tooth. The setting for these extractions varied considerably. A barber with an established shop would perform extractions in his premises, which might offer some comfort and cleanliness. Travelling tooth pullers, who moved from town to town offering their services, might work in market squares or public spaces, extracting teeth as entertainment for onlookers as much as service to patients. These itinerant practitioners often had considerable showmanship skills, distracting their patients and the crowd with patter and presentation while they worked. Not exactly the quiet dignity of a modern dental office, but it got the job done. The risks of medieval tooth extraction extended beyond the immediate pain. Infection was an ever-present danger, as neither the instruments nor the practitioner's hands were sterilized in any meaningful way. A tooth socket that became infected could lead to serious illness or even death in a pre-antibiotic era. Excessive bleeding was another risk, particularly for patients with blood clotting disorders that were poorly understood at the time. An extraction of the wrong tooth was always possible, given the limited lighting and the difficulty of examining a patient's mouth thoroughly. Despite these risks, tooth extraction remained common and necessary. A severely decayed or abscessed tooth had to come out, or the patient would suffer increasingly severe pain and potentially life-threatening infection. The barber surgeon who could extract teeth quickly and effectively was providing a genuine medical service, even if that service seems primitive by modern standards. And to be fair, the basic technique of tooth extraction hasn't changed fundamentally. Modern dentists still pull teeth when necessary, just with better anesthesia, sterilization, and aftercare. More elaborate dental procedures were sometimes attempted by ambitious or skilled practitioners. Attempts to fill cavities with various materials appeared occasionally, though the results were generally unsuccessful by modern standards. Lead, gold, and various pastes and cements were tried as filling materials with varying degrees of success. The concept was sound, filling the hole to prevent further decay, but the execution was limited by available materials and understanding. False teeth existed in medieval times, though they were crude by modern standards and were primarily available to the wealthy. Dentures might be carved from bone, ivory or wood, held in place by various means, including wires attached to remaining teeth. These replacements were primarily cosmetic, helping maintain facial appearance and allowing more normal speech, but they were not particularly functional for chewing. Some false teeth were made from actual human teeth, extracted from corpses or purchased from the living poor and transplanted into the mouths of the wealthy. The ethics and effectiveness of this practice were both questionable. The social implications of dental problems were significant in medieval society. Visible tooth loss or decay affected one's appearance and potentially one's marriage prospects, employment opportunities, and social standing. A full set of healthy teeth was a marker of youth, health, and good fortune. The wealthy had better access to dental care and better nutrition, which contributed to better dental health, creating yet another visible marker of class distinction. When we see medieval portraits showing subjects with closed lips, they may have been concealing dental problems that they didn't want recorded for posterity. Religious and cultural attitudes toward teeth added another layer of meaning to dental care. Teeth that fell out naturally were sometimes kept as mementos or used in folk magic practices. The concept of the tooth fairy has medieval roots in traditions of disposing of children's baby teeth in ways that would ensure the adult teeth grew in properly. Some believed that teeth retained a connection to their original owner, making proper disposal important to prevent malicious use. As we transition from the challenges of dental care to another universal medieval affliction, let's acknowledge the uncomfortable truth that everyone in the medieval period, regardless of wealth, status, or personal hygiene practices, faced a common enemy that no amount of bathing, aromatic preparation, or careful grooming could completely defeat. We're talking about parasites, those uninvited guests that made themselves at home on and in medieval bodies, with cheerful disregard for their host's preferences. Lice were perhaps the most democratic of medieval afflictions. They didn't care whether their host was a king or a peasant, a bishop or a beggar. Given the opportunity, they would infest anyone, spreading readily through the close contact that medieval living conditions made inevitable. The three types of lice that afflict humans, head lice, body lice and pubic lice, were all common in medieval populations, creating a constant background of itching and irritation that was simply part of daily life. Head lice found particularly favourable conditions in medieval Europe. Hair was generally worn longer than in many modern cultures, providing abundant habitat for lice to establish themselves. Hair washing was infrequent, allowing lice populations to build without the regular disruption that washing provides. And close contact, whether in crowded households, in churches, in markets, or in beds shared by multiple people, provided constant opportunities for lice to spread from person to person. The discovery of lice in one's hair was not the occasion for shame and panic that it might be in a modern elementary school. It was simply a fact of life, something that happened to everyone and required regular management rather than emergency response. Medieval people accepted lice as an inevitable nuisance and developed routine practices for dealing with them, much as modern people might deal with household dust or weeds in the garden. Annoying, persistent, but manageable. The primary weapon against head lice was the comb, specifically the fine-toothed comb designed to remove lice and their eggs, called nits, from the hair. These combs were often made from bone or horn, materials that could be worked into the thin, closely spaced teeth necessary for effective delousing. Archaeological finds of lice combs are common at medieval sites, testifying to their widespread use. Some combs were quite elaborate, with decorative carving on their handles, suggesting that even this humble hygiene tool could be an object of some pride. The practice of combing for lice was typically a social activity, performed by one person on another. A mother might comb her children's hair, a wife might comb her husband's, servants might comb their masters. The activity provided an opportunity for physical closeness and quiet conversation, turning pest control into a form of intimacy. Literary and artistic depictions of medieval life sometimes show these delousing sessions, usually presenting them as unremarkable domestic scenes rather than occasions for disgust. When combing alone couldn't control lice infestations, more aggressive measures might be employed. Hair might be cut short or shaved entirely, removing the habitat that lice required. This was a drastic solution, given the cultural importance of hair in medieval society, but it was effective. Some religious orders required monks to maintain tonsures, shaved areas on their heads, which may have had the secondary benefit of reducing lice problems. Soldiers on campaign might shave their heads for practical reasons, including lice control. Various substances were applied to the hair in attempts to kill or repel lice. Oil treatments could smother lice and make the hair too slippery for them to maintain their grip. Herbal preparations containing plants believed to have insecticidal properties might be applied as treatments or preventives. Mercury compounds, highly toxic but genuinely effective against lice, appeared in some treatments, though their side effects could be severe. The desperation to find effective lice treatments led people to try many substances, some helpful, some harmful, and some probably neither. Body lice posed different challenges than head lice. These lice lived primarily in clothing, particularly in the seams where they could hide, venturing onto the body to feed but returning to the fabric to lay their eggs. This meant that body lice control required attention to clothing as well as to the body itself. A person might bathe and still be reinfested immediately upon putting on lice-infested clothing. The linen undergarments we discussed earlier played a role in body lice control. Regular changing of undergarments removed lice from proximity to the body. though if the garments weren't properly laundered, the lice would simply return with the clothing. Effective body lice control required breaking the cycle by treating the clothing as well as the person. Heat treatment was the most effective method for killing lice and their eggs in clothing. Washing clothes in very hot water could kill lice at all life stages. Ironing clothes with heated irons, where available, provided another form of heat treatment. Simply hanging clothes near a fire or in strong sunlight could raise temperatures enough to kill lice, though this was less reliable than direct heat treatment. The labour involved in these treatments meant they couldn't be done constantly, but periodic thorough treatment could reduce lice populations significantly. Freezing also killed lice, though this was practical only in winter and in northern climates. Leaving clothes outdoors in freezing temperatures for extended periods could eliminate lice infestations. This natural pest control was a side benefit of winter weather that medieval people in cold climates would have observed and exploited. Beyond lice, medieval people contended with other parasites that made homes on or in their bodies. Fleas were ubiquitous, thriving in the conditions of medieval housing, and perpetuated by the domestic animals that often shared living spaces with their human owners. The medieval flea population probably exceeded that of modern developed countries by orders of magnitude, and being bitten by fleas was a constant, unavoidable experience. Fleas differed from lice in their behaviour. While lice were permanent parasites that lived their entire lives on their hosts, fleas were more transient, jumping onto hosts to feed and then jumping off again. This made them harder to control through personal hygiene measures. You could wash yourself thoroughly and still be immediately reinfested by fleas jumping from your bed, your floor coverings, or your dog. Flea control required environmental measures as well as personal ones. Household fleas carried more than just itching and irritation. As we now know, fleas were the primary vector for bubonic plague, carrying the Yersinia pestis bacterium from rats to humans. Medieval people didn't understand this connection, but they certainly experienced its consequences. The devastating plague epidemics that repeatedly struck medieval Europe were spread by fleas, making these tiny pests far more dangerous than anyone at the time could have realised. Bedbugs were another constant companion of medieval sleeping arrangements. These flat, reddish-brown insects hide in crevices during the day and emerge at night to feed on sleeping humans. Medieval beds, with their wooden frames, rope supports, and mattresses stuffed with organic materials, provided ideal habitat for bedbug populations. The phrase, "sleep tight, don't let the bedbugs bite," has genuine historical roots in the reality of bedbug-infested beds. Control of bedbugs required attention to the bed itself. Regular inspection of beds for signs of infestation was advisable, though medieval lighting made this difficult. Heat treatment of bedding could kill bedbugs, similar to lice control. Some medieval beds were designed to be disassembled for cleaning, allowing access to the crevices where bedbugs hid. Applying various substances to bed frames in hopes of killing or repelling bedbugs was common, with varying degrees of success. Internal parasites were also common in medieval populations, though people had less awareness of them than of external pests like lice and fleas. Intestinal worms, including roundworms, tapeworms, and various other species, infected many people, often without their knowledge. These parasites were acquired through contaminated food and water, through contact with infected soil, or through consumption of undercooked meat from infected animals. The symptoms of intestinal parasites, which could include digestive problems, fatigue, and general ill health, were often attributed to other causes. Medieval medicine didn't clearly understand parasitic infections, though some practitioners recognized that worms could inhabit the digestive system. Treatments typically involved purging, using various substances believed to expel worms from the body. Some of these treatments were genuinely effective against certain parasites, others were useless or harmful. Certain dietary practices provided some protection against parasites. Cooking meat thoroughly killed many parasites that might be present in raw or undercooked flesh. Avoiding water from contaminated sources reduced the risk of waterborne parasites, though medieval people didn't always understand which sources were contaminated. The religious fasting practices that restricted meat consumption during certain periods may have inadvertently reduced parasite loads by limiting exposure to infected meat. The universal nature of parasite infestation meant that it was largely accepted as a normal part of life. People didn't constantly complain about lice or fleas because there was nothing unusual about having them. The absence of parasites would have been more remarkable than their presence. This acceptance might seem strange from our modern perspective, where parasites are associated with poverty, poor hygiene, and disease. But in the medieval context, where everyone from kings to peasants dealt with the same pests, there was no stigma attached to infestation. Social bonding around parasite control created connections that might otherwise not exist. The intimate act of delousing someone else's hair established or reinforced relationships. The shared experience of dealing with fleas and bedbugs created common ground across social boundaries. Even complaints about parasites served social functions, providing safe topics for conversation and commiseration. The material culture of parasite control provides interesting archaeological evidence of medieval hygiene practices. Lice combs are among the most common personal items found at medieval sites, their distinctive form making them easy to identify. Flea traps, small containers worn against the body to attract and trap fleas, have been found at some sites, representing another approach to pest control. These physical artifacts complement written sources in helping us understand how medieval people actually dealt with their pest problems. The eventual decline in parasite prevalence in Western societies came not through any single innovation, but through a combination of factors that accumulated over centuries. Improved housing reduced harbourage for pests. Better personal hygiene practices made bodies less hospitable to lice. Effective insecticides, developed much later, provided tools for environmental pest control. Public health measures addressed the conditions that allowed parasite populations to thrive. The relatively parasite-free existence that modern people in developed countries enjoy is a historical anomaly, achieved through accumulated technological and social changes that medieval people could hardly have imagined. Medieval people's relationship with parasites reminds us of the fundamental differences between their world and ours. They lived in intimate contact with creatures that we consider disgusting and try to eliminate entirely. They accepted as normal conditions that we would find intolerable. They developed practical methods for managing parasites even though they couldn't eliminate them. Understanding this relationship helps us appreciate both the challenges of medieval life and the resilience of the people who lived it. The combination of dental care challenges and parasite management that we've explored in this chapter illustrates the broader pattern of medieval hygiene practices. Medieval people faced real problems: tooth decay, bad breath, lice, fleas, and more, and they developed practical solutions using available resources and knowledge. These solutions weren't perfect. They couldn't be given the limitations of medieval technology and understanding, but they were genuine attempts to address genuine problems. Medieval people weren't passive victims of their circumstances. They were active problem solvers doing their best with what they had. As we continue our exploration of medieval hygiene, we'll see this pattern repeated. In sanitation and waste disposal, in soap making and laundry, in the role of religious institutions in shaping hygiene practices, we'll find the same combination of real challenges, practical responses, and limitations imposed by available knowledge and resources. Medieval hygiene was neither the disaster that stereotypes suggest, nor the idyllic naturalness that romantics might imagine. It was something more interesting, a complex system of practices shaped by specific circumstances, beliefs, and possibilities that differed significantly from our own, but that served the same fundamental human needs for health, comfort, and social acceptance. The persistence of certain medieval practices into modern times speaks to their practical effectiveness. We still use fine-toothed combs to remove lice, though we have more options now. We still use charcoal in dental products, though in more refined forms. We still struggle with parasites, though less universally and with more effective tools. The medieval foundation of these practices was sound even if the execution was limited. Looking at medieval dental care and parasite management together also reveals interesting connections. Both required regular attention rather than one-time fixes. Both involved practical skills that most people learned and practiced routinely. Both were subjects of both serious concern and casual acceptance. Problems that mattered but that were also simply part of life. Both were stratified by class, with the wealthy having better access to care and resources, but both affected everyone to some degree. In these ways, dental care and parasite management exemplified the broader patterns of medieval hygiene that we've been exploring throughout this journey. The physical discomforts of medieval life, including toothaches and parasite bites, remind us that the past was in many ways harder than the present. We shouldn't romanticize medieval existence as somehow simpler or more natural in a positive sense. Real people experienced real suffering from conditions that we now prevent or easily treat. At the same time, we shouldn't condescend to medieval people, as if they were helpless victims of their circumstances. They adapted, they coped, they developed solutions, and they got on with their lives despite challenges that would overwhelm many modern people. This balanced view of medieval hygiene, acknowledging both its limitations and its achievements, helps us appreciate our own circumstances more fully. The dental care and pest control that we take for granted represent centuries of accumulated knowledge and technological development. When we brush our teeth with fluoride toothpaste and sleep in beds free of bedbugs, we're enjoying benefits that medieval people would have found miraculous. Understanding what life was like without these benefits helps us appreciate them properly and perhaps take better care of the systems that provide them. Let's explore some additional details about the specific techniques and materials used in medieval dental and parasite care, because these details help paint a fuller picture of daily life in this era. The ingenuity that medieval people applied to these challenges deserves recognition, even when the results were limited by the knowledge and resources available. The preparation of tooth powders and pastes was often a household activity, with recipes passed down through families or shared among neighbours. A typical preparation might begin with carefully selected charcoal, usually from specific woods believed to have particular properties. Oak charcoal was popular in some regions, while willow was preferred in others. The charcoal had to be ground very finely, often using a mortar and pestle, until it was a smooth powder without any gritty particles that might damage tooth enamel. This grinding could take considerable time and effort, representing a real investment in dental care. To this base, various additives might be incorporated. Crushed dried sage leaves added both flavour and supposed medicinal benefit. A bit of salt provided additional cleaning power and some antiseptic effect. Ground cinnamon or cloves contributed pleasant taste and breath-freshening properties. Some recipes called for honey to bind the ingredients together and make them more palatable, creating something closer to a paste than a powder. The final product would be stored in small containers, ready for daily use. The technique of applying tooth powder or paste varied by preference and tradition. Some people simply dipped a wet finger into the powder and rubbed it onto their teeth, using circular motions similar to modern brushing technique. Others preferred to apply the powder to a cloth and use the cloth to scrub the teeth. The chewing sticks mentioned earlier could be dipped in powder to combine the mechanical cleaning of the stick with the chemical action of the powder. Whatever technique was used, the goal was to clean all surfaces of the teeth and to rinse thoroughly afterward. Tongue cleaning was also practiced, though perhaps less universally than tooth cleaning. The tongue can harbour bacteria and debris that contribute to bad breath, and scraping or brushing the tongue helps remove this material. Some medieval practitioners recommended scraping the tongue with a small stick or the edge of a knife, a practice that finds echoes in modern tongue scrapers. Others suggested rubbing the tongue with a rough cloth or with salt. The attention paid to tongue cleaning varied considerably among individuals and regions. Gum care received some attention in medieval dental practice, with various remedies recommended for sore or bleeding gums. Rinsing with astringent preparations such as solutions containing alum or oak bark was thought to tighten and strengthen the gums. Rubbing the gums with salt or with sage leaves was believed to promote gum health. Some recipes called for applying honey or other substances directly to problem areas on the gums. While these treatments were based on incomplete understanding of gum disease, some of them may have provided genuine relief from symptoms. The economic aspects of dental care deserve some attention. For most people, the ingredients for tooth powders were readily available and cheap. Charcoal, salt, and local herbs cost little or nothing to obtain. The labour of preparing and using these materials was the main investment. This made basic dental care accessible to virtually everyone, regardless of economic status. The fancy preparations containing imported spices or precious materials were luxury items, but adequate dental care was available to all who chose to practice it. Professional dental care, in contrast, involved real economic costs. The barber surgeon who extracted teeth expected to be paid for his services. The cost varied by location and practitioner, but it was significant enough that some people might delay seeking treatment for dental problems until they became unbearable. This economic barrier to professional care probably contributed to worse dental outcomes for the poor, who might live with painful dental problems rather than pay for extraction. The social settings for dental care varied considerably. Basic tooth cleaning was a private activity, performed during morning routines or after meals. Visiting a barber for tooth extraction, in contrast, was often a public event. Urban barbershops were social spaces where customers might chat while waiting for service, and the extraction of teeth might draw an audience of curious onlookers. For travelling tooth pullers, the public nature of their work was essential to their business model. They attracted customers through public demonstrations, showing off their skill by extracting teeth quickly and, they claimed, painlessly. The psychological aspects of dental care and treatment are worth considering. Fear of dental procedures is common even today, with modern anaesthesia and gentle techniques. How much more frightening must tooth extraction have been when patients knew they would feel everything? Some practitioners developed techniques for managing patient anxiety, using distraction, reassurance, or even showmanship to help patients through the ordeal. Others simply relied on speed, getting the procedure done before the patient could panic too severely. Pain relief was limited but not entirely absent. The numbing properties of clove oil were known and exploited, with some barbers applying oil of cloves to the gum around a tooth before attempting extraction. Alcohol consumption before procedures was common, dulling the senses and reducing anxiety even if not providing true anesthesia. Opium was known and occasionally used for pain relief, though its availability was limited. Most patients, however, simply endured the pain of extraction, knowing that it was temporary and that the alternative was continued suffering from the diseased tooth. Recovery from tooth extraction required some care. The empty socket needed to be kept clean to prevent infection, a goal that was often not achieved. Rinsing with wine or vinegar after extraction may have provided some antiseptic benefit. Packing the socket with cloth or other materials to control bleeding was common. Patients were typically advised to rest after extraction and to avoid hard foods that might disturb the healing socket. How well patients followed this advice undoubtedly varied. The long-term consequences of tooth loss were significant in a society without effective dentures. Missing teeth affected appearance, potentially impacting social and economic opportunities. Chewing became more difficult, limiting dietary options and potentially affecting nutrition. Speech might be affected, particularly if multiple front teeth were lost. For the wealthy, various prosthetic solutions might address these problems to some degree. For the poor, tooth loss was simply a permanent diminution of quality of life. Turning back to our discussion of parasites, let's consider some additional methods that medieval people employed in their ongoing battle against these unwanted companions. The creativity that people applied to pest control reflects both their desperation and their practical intelligence. Flea traps took various forms, all based on the principle of providing an attractive target that would lure fleas away from human hosts. Simple traps might consist of pieces of fur or fabric treated with substances believed to attract fleas, placed in beds or worn against the body. More elaborate traps were small containers with sticky interiors or narrow openings that fleas could enter but not escape. The effectiveness of these traps was probably limited, but they represented attempts to take active measures against pest populations. Fumigation was used against both fleas and bedbugs, with various substances burned to produce smoke believed to kill or drive away insects. Sulfur fumigation, in particular, was used against bedbugs, the smoke penetrating into crevices where the bugs hid. The practice was somewhat dangerous, as sulfur smoke is toxic to humans as well as insects, and it required temporarily vacating the treated space. But for severe infestations, fumigation offered a way to attack pest populations throughout a room rather than just in accessible areas. The role of domestic animals in pest problems was complex. Dogs and cats could host their own flea populations, which readily jumped to human hosts. At the same time, these animals might help control the rodents that harboured fleas carrying plague. The decision to keep animals in or near the home involved trade-offs that different households might evaluate differently. In rural areas, where livestock shared living spaces with humans, pest problems were probably more severe than in urban settings where such close animal contact was less common. Seasonal patterns affected pest populations and the measures taken against them. Fleas and many other insects were more active in warm weather, making summer particularly challenging for pest management. Winter cold naturally reduced pest populations in northern climates, providing some relief. The seasonal rhythms of pest activity influenced when intensive cleaning and pest control measures were undertaken. Spring cleaning traditions may have developed partly in response to the need to address pest infestations that had built up over winter in closed-up houses. The connection between parasites and disease transmission was not understood in medieval times, but some associations were observed empirically. People noticed that plague outbreaks often coincided with rat infestations, without understanding that fleas were the link. The observation that cleanliness seemed to offer some protection against disease was accurate, even if the mechanism was misunderstood. This empirical knowledge supported hygiene practices that were effective for reasons different from what practitioners believed. The psychological burden of constant pest infestation is difficult for modern people in developed countries to fully appreciate. Imagine trying to sleep knowing that bedbugs will bite you repeatedly through the night. Imagine the constant itching of lice-infested hair. Imagine never being able to sit or stand anywhere without the possibility of flea bites. This was the normal condition of medieval life, an endless low-level discomfort that people learned to tolerate because they had no choice. Yet medieval people also found ways to cope psychologically with these conditions. Humour helped, with jokes about lice and fleas appearing in medieval literature and folklore. Acceptance of pest problems as part of the human condition helped, as it was easier to tolerate something seen as universal and inevitable than something seen as a personal failing or misfortune. Social support helped, as shared experiences of pest problems created bonds among people dealing with the same challenges. Medieval people were not constantly miserable about their parasites. They were adapted to their circumstances in ways that modern people might find difficult to achieve. Understanding the prevalence and management of parasites in medieval life helps us appreciate both the difficulties of past existence and the achievements of public health. It also reminds us that our current comfort is not guaranteed. Bedbugs have made a comeback in many cities in recent decades, and the conditions that suppress parasites require ongoing maintenance. The medieval experience is not as distant as we might like to think, and its lessons about persistence and adaptation remain relevant. As we prepare to move on to other aspects of medieval hygiene, including sanitation and waste disposal, we carry with us the understanding that medieval people dealt with challenges that have largely been solved in modern developed societies, but that were constant features of their daily lives. Their dental care was limited but genuine. Their battles against parasites were ongoing but adaptive. Their approaches to these challenges reflected both the limitations of their knowledge and resources and their practical intelligence in making the best of difficult circumstances. The material evidence of these practices survives in archaeological records, providing tangible connections to the daily hygiene routines of people who lived centuries ago. Lice combs found in medieval graves and settlement sites look remarkably similar to modern nick combs, their design optimized for the same purpose across centuries. Tooth cleaning implements, from simple sticks to more elaborate tools, have been recovered from sites across Europe. Even the lice themselves have been found preserved in some contexts, providing direct evidence of infestation patterns and species present. Analysis of medieval skeletal remains provides another window into dental health and hygiene. Teeth preserve well in the archaeological record, allowing researchers to assess patterns of decay, wear and loss in past populations. Studies of medieval skeletons reveal interesting patterns. Tooth decay was present but often less severe than in modern populations, possibly due to lower sugar consumption, while tooth wear from coarse diets was often severe. Evidence of dental abscesses suggests that many people lived with painful dental conditions, confirming the limited effectiveness of preventive care. The examination of medieval hair and textiles has occasionally revealed preserved lice and nits, providing direct evidence of infestation. Analysis of these specimens can reveal information about the specific species present, the severity of infestations, and even aspects of the host's diet and health. While such finds are relatively rare, they provide valuable confirmation of what written sources describe. Written records, including household accounts, medical texts, and personal correspondence, provide additional evidence of how people dealt with dental and parasite challenges. Recipes for tooth powders appear in household management books. Medical treatises discuss treatments for dental problems and parasite infestations. Personal letters sometimes mention these problems in passing, treating them as unremarkable aspects of daily life. Together, these sources paint a picture of societies where dental care and pest control were routine concerns requiring ongoing attention. The integration of dental and parasite care into religious and cultural practices further illustrates their importance in medieval life. Some religious rules specified when and how monks should care for their teeth. Folk practices surrounding tooth loss, including the burial of baby teeth or the invocation of specific saints for toothache relief, reflected the cultural significance of dental health. The association of lice with humility in some religious contexts, while perhaps making a virtue of necessity, shows how pest infestation was incorporated into medieval worldviews. As we reflect on these aspects of medieval hygiene, we're struck by both the differences from and continuities with modern practices. The basic impulse to clean teeth and control parasites remains the same across centuries. The methods have evolved dramatically, from chewing sticks to electric toothbrushes, from bone combs to chemical treatments. But the fundamental challenges that medieval people faced, keeping mouths healthy and bodies free from pests, are challenges that humans have always faced and continue to face. Medieval solutions to these challenges, while limited, represent part of the long human effort to maintain health and comfort in a world that often seems determined to undermine both. The specific discomforts of medieval dental problems and parasite infestations should not be minimized. Real people suffered real pain from abscessed teeth, endured real irritation from constant lice bites, experienced real disruption to sleep from bedbug infestations. These were not minor inconveniences but genuine degradations of quality of life that affected daily functioning and long-term health. Understanding this suffering helps us appreciate the very real benefits of modern hygiene and healthcare, benefits that we often take for granted. Yet we should also appreciate the resilience and adaptability of medieval people in the face of these challenges. They didn't simply suffer passively, they developed strategies, created tools, shared knowledge, and maintained standards of care that made their situations more bearable. The medieval peasant combing lice from her child's hair was practicing hygiene, caring for her family, and doing her best with available resources. The barber extracting a painful tooth was providing genuine medical service, relieving suffering even if causing temporary pain in the process. These practitioners and patients deserve our respect, not our condescension. Having explored the personal hygiene challenges that medieval people faced, from dental care to parasite control, let's now turn our attention to a topic that affects everyone, but the polite society often prefers not to discuss in detail: waste disposal. Specifically, human waste disposal. Because here's the thing, every person, every day, regardless of wealth, status, education, or personal refinement, produces biological waste that has to go somewhere. In our modern world, we flush and forget, trusting that complex systems of pipes, treatment plants, and engineering will handle everything invisibly and hygienically. Medieval people had no such luxury. Their waste management challenges were immediate, visible, and often quite fragrant. The fundamental problem of human waste disposal in the medieval period was one of scale and infrastructure. Small, dispersed populations in rural areas could manage waste relatively easily. A pit latrine behind a cottage, emptied or relocated periodically, served adequately for a single household. The waste would decompose naturally, and the impact on the surrounding environment was limited. But as populations concentrated in cities during the high medieval period, this simple solution became inadequate. Thousands of people living in close proximity produced waste in quantities that overwhelmed traditional disposal methods. The result was urban environments that were, to put it delicately, not always pleasant places to be. Let's begin. A typical castle garderobe was a small chamber built into the thickness of the castle wall, containing a stone or wooden seat with a hole through which waste would fall. The key feature was the vertical shaft beneath the seat, which extended down through the wall to empty either into a pit at the base, into the castle moat, or simply onto the ground outside the walls. Gravity did all the work. Waste dropped down the shaft and landed far below, removed from the living quarters of the castle's inhabitants. The positioning of garderobes within castle architecture reveals interesting priorities. They were typically located in corners of rooms or in small projecting towers, providing some privacy while minimizing the intrusion of the facility into the main living space. The shafts were often angled or featured multiple bends, which helped reduce both the visibility of the pit below and the passage of odours and cold drafts up into the chamber. Some more elaborate garderobes featured multiple seats, allowing several people to use the facility simultaneously, which might seem odd to modern sensibilities accustomed to privacy in such matters, but made practical sense in large households. The experience of using a garderobe was not exactly comfortable by modern standards. Good luck finding heated toilet seats in this century. The stone chambers were cold, particularly in winter, when the draft coming up the shaft could be quite bracing. The seats themselves, whether stone or wooden, offered no padding or warmth. Lighting was minimal, typically coming from small window openings or from candles or torches that the user would bring, and depending on the maintenance of the facility, the smell could range from merely noticeable to genuinely impressive. The name garderobe has an interesting origin that speaks to one practical benefit of these facilities. The word originally referred to a room for storing clothes, and indeed, garderobes were sometimes used for this purpose, as well as for their sanitary function. The ammonia from human waste was believed to kill moths and other insects that might damage stored fabrics. Whether this actually worked is debatable, but the association between the toilet chamber and clothes storage was strong enough that the name transferred from one function to the other. The maintenance of garderobe shafts was an ongoing challenge. Over time, waste would accumulate at the bottom of the shaft or in the pit beneath, requiring periodic cleaning. This was not a pleasant job, and it was typically assigned to servants of the lowest status or to specialised workers who made their living in this unpleasant trade. The castle's gong farmer, as these waste removal workers were sometimes called, would periodically descend into the pits to remove accumulated waste and ensure that the shafts remained clear. The waste removed from garderobe pits had to go somewhere, and its disposal created its own challenges. In rural castle settings, the waste might simply be spread on fields as fertiliser, returning nutrients to the soil in a crude but effective form of recycling. In more urban settings, the waste had to be carted away to designated dumping areas, a process that was messy, smelly, and best conducted at night when fewer people would be inconvenienced by the spectacle. Some castles featured more elaborate waste disposal systems that went beyond simple gravity shafts. Water might be channeled to flow through latrines, providing a primitive flushing action that helped carry waste away. At some royal palaces, quite sophisticated systems of drains and channels removed waste to distant locations, anticipating later developments in plumbing technology. These advanced systems were expensive to build and maintain, limiting them to the wealthiest establishments. The moat, that iconic feature of castle architecture, served as the receiving point for garderobe waste in many castles. This was convenient for the castle's inhabitants, as waste simply dropped into the water and was carried away or diluted. It was considerably less pleasant for anyone who had to cross the moat, fall into it during an attack, or live downwind of it in hot weather. The romantic image of the castle surrounded by its pristine moat gives way somewhat when you consider what was actually floating in that water. Moving down the social scale from castles to ordinary urban dwellings, the sanitary facilities became considerably simpler and often considerably worse. Most urban homes did not have built-in toilet facilities of the garderobe type. Instead, residents relied on chamber pots, communal facilities, or simply the great outdoors to meet their biological needs. The chamber pot was the most intimate and personal piece of sanitary equipment in the medieval home. These vessels, typically made of ceramic or metal, were kept in bedrooms or other private spaces for nighttime use, or for when the weather or circumstances made visiting an outdoor facility impractical. Using a chamber pot was straightforward enough, but the contents then had to be disposed of, which created its own challenges. The most common method of chamber pot disposal, at least in urban areas, was to dump the contents out the window onto the street below. Yes, this is as horrifying as it sounds. The practice was so common that it gave rise to warning calls that pedestrians learned to heed. In French-speaking areas, the cry of "Gardez l'eau," watch out for the water, warned those below that something unpleasant was about to descend. This phrase, corrupted into English, is said to have given us the word loo for toilet, though this etymology is debated. The consequences of this dumping practice for medieval streets were predictable and unpleasant. City streets, particularly those in poorer neighbourhoods, could become quite foul with accumulated waste. Rain might wash some of it away, but dry periods would see build-up that affected both the appearance and the smell of urban environments. Walking through medieval city streets required attention to where you stepped, and the elaborate patterns of medieval dance, with their high-stepping movements, may have developed partly as practical navigation techniques for messy streets. Municipal authorities were not unaware of the problems created by waste dumping, and many cities enacted regulations attempting to control the practice. Some prohibited dumping during daylight hours, restricting it to night time when fewer people would be walking below. Others required residents to give warning calls before dumping. Still others designated specific times or places for waste disposal, trying to concentrate the problem rather than having it distributed randomly throughout the city. Enforcement of these regulations was inconsistent, however, and violations were common. Public latrines existed in some medieval cities, providing alternatives to chamber pot dumping for those who used them. These facilities varied widely in quality and cleanliness. At best, they were reasonably maintained structures that provided some privacy and sanitation. At worst, they were foul-smelling accumulations of waste that added to rather than reduced the city's sanitation problems. The operation of public latrines might be a municipal responsibility, or it might be contracted to private operators who charged fees for use. creating a barrier that excluded the poorest residents. The location of public latrines was often at the edges of cities or over waterways, using natural features to help carry waste away. Bridges frequently featured latrines that emptied directly into the river below, providing gravity-powered disposal while keeping the waste away from the streets. London Bridge in the medieval period, for example, included public latrines that dropped waste into the Thames, contributing to the river's less than pristine character. The use of rivers and streams for waste disposal was common and had significant consequences for water quality. Upstream of cities, rivers might be reasonably clean, serving as sources of drinking water and fish. Downstream from cities, the same rivers would be contaminated with human waste, industrial byproducts, and various other pollutants. The concept of designated sections of rivers for different purposes, with waste disposal concentrated in downstream areas, appeared in some city regulations, though enforcement was challenging. Private pit latrines served many urban households, particularly those with some yard space or access to alleys. These were simply pits dug into the ground, sometimes lined with wood or stone, covered with a simple structure providing privacy. Waste accumulated in the pit and gradually decomposed, though the process was slow and the pits would eventually fill and need to be either emptied or abandoned and replaced. The cesspit, as these pits were called, was a common feature of medieval urban properties, and archaeological excavations of medieval sites frequently encounter these waste-filled features. The emptying of cesspits was a specialised trade, practised by workers variously known as gong farmers, nightmen, or rakers depending on the region and period. This was dirty, smelly, dangerous work that was conducted primarily at night to minimise inconvenience to the surrounding community. The gong farmer would descend into the pit, load waste into buckets that were hauled up by assistants, and transfer the contents to carts for removal. The work was well paid relative to other unskilled labour, compensating for its unpleasant nature. The dangers of cesspit work extended beyond the merely unpleasant. Cesspits could accumulate toxic gases that posed serious risks to anyone who entered. Methane, hydrogen sulfide, and other products of decomposition could asphyxiate workers or cause explosions. The cramped, unstable environment of the pit created risks of collapse or drowning in the waste itself. Historical records include tragic accounts of gong farmers dying in cesspits, casualties of a necessary but hazardous occupation. The waste removed from cesspits had some economic value, at least when markets for it could be found. Human waste, known euphemistically as night soil, could be sold as fertilizer to farmers in surrounding areas. The nutrients in the waste could genuinely improve crop yields, making this a form of recycling that benefited both urban sanitation and agricultural productivity. The night soil trade created economic links between cities and their agricultural hinterlands, with carts carrying waste out of cities while other carts brought food in. Medieval regulations often specified where cesspit waste could be taken and how it was to be handled during transport. The desire to minimise the nuisance created by moving waste through city streets led to requirements about covering loads, using specific routes, and travelling at night. Violations of these regulations were common, as convenience often trumped compliance. But the existence of such rules shows that medieval authorities recognised waste disposal as a public concern requiring regulation. The gutters and channels that ran down the centres of many medieval streets served as primitive drainage systems, carrying rainwater and various waste materials away from buildings and toward rivers or designated collection points. These were not enclosed sewers in the modern sense, but open channels, often just depressions in the street surface that relied on gravity and rainwater to move waste along. In dry weather, these channels would accumulate waste that sat until the next rainfall washed it away. The condition of street channels depended heavily on maintenance and on the behaviour of residents. Streets with regular cleaning and reasonable compliance with dumping regulations might remain passably clean. Streets in poorer neighbourhoods with less maintenance and less regulation could become quite foul. The social geography of medieval cities often reflected these sanitary conditions, with wealthier residents occupying areas with better drainage and cleaner streets, while the poor were concentrated in more insalubrious districts. The position of various trades within the city was sometimes regulated based on their impact on sanitation. Butchers, tanners, and other trades that produced offensive wastes were often relegated to the edges of cities or to specific neighbourhoods where their activities would affect fewer people. Watercourses used for waste-producing industries would be separated from those used for drinking water and food preparation, though in practice these distinctions were not always maintained. Pigs played an interesting role in medieval urban waste management. These animals, with their omnivorous appetites and their tolerance for unsanitary conditions, were sometimes allowed to roam city streets where they served as living garbage processors, consuming organic waste that would otherwise accumulate. Medieval regulations about pig keeping in cities reflect the tension between the useful waste processing function of these animals and the problems they created, including their own waste production, their tendency to obstruct traffic, and their aggressive behaviour toward pedestrians. The smell of medieval cities was a subject of contemporary comment and complaint. Visitors from rural areas, arriving in major urban centres, were often struck by the intensity of urban odours, a combination of human waste, animal waste, industrial byproducts, rotting organic matter, and the general accumulation of thousands of people living in close proximity without modern sanitation. The aromatic products we discussed earlier, the pomanders and sachets and perfumed waters, take on additional significance when we consider the olfactory environment they were meant to combat. Health consequences of poor urban sanitation were significant, though the mechanisms were not understood in the way we understand them today. Disease outbreaks were more common and more severe in densely populated urban areas, reflecting the role of contaminated water and general filth in spreading illness. The plague, which we've discussed previously, spread rapidly in urban environments where rats and their fleas thrived in conditions of accumulated waste. Waterborne diseases like typhoid and cholera, while not always distinguished by medieval observers, found ideal transmission conditions in cities where drinking water might be contaminated by waste. The medical understanding of the time attributed disease to miasmas, the bad airs that arose from rotting matter and accumulated filth. While this theory was wrong about the specific mechanism of disease transmission, it did correctly identify that unsanitary conditions were associated with illness. The miasma theory supported efforts to improve sanitation by removing waste and improving air quality, even though the reasoning behind these efforts was incorrect. Attempts to improve urban sanitation appeared throughout the medieval period, with varying degrees of success. Some cities employed public workers to clean streets and remove waste. Others imposed requirements on residents to maintain cleanliness in front of their properties. Fines for improper waste disposal appear in municipal records, suggesting both that the practice was regulated and that violations were common enough to warrant punishment. The overall trend across the medieval period was toward greater regulation and organisation of waste disposal, though progress was slow and uneven. Royal and noble households often took the lead in